agenda because I'm expecting, hopefully I'm also correct, but I'm expecting that the first two public hearings will not take an extended period of time. With that, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Steve, if you would do a roll call.
Sure. Ms. Tabachnik,
Here.
Mr. Cantor,
Here.
Mr. Rowena,
Here.
Ms. Lane Price.
Here.
Mr. Bryce.
Here.
Ms. Jordan Byron.
Present.
And Mr. Shulman.
Here. For this evening's meeting, I'm going to seat Ms. Tabachnik for the entire meeting. As I said, we have three public hearings. We may have people waiting online to speak, as well as those people in the audience. So I'll explain, I guess I'll do it 3 times, maybe a little briefer each time as we go on, how we conduct the public hearings. In this first public hearing, the applicant will explain what it is they wish to do. During that presentation, members of the commission are free to ask any questions that they have about the project. When that presentation is completed, we will open it up to the public for questions or comments. Although you're speaking at us, you're essentially speaking to the applicant. And after all of the comments have been made, the applicant is given an opportunity to respond to what they've heard from the public. We ask that you give us, if you're speaking publicly, that you just give us your name and your address, and keep in mind that we're rated PG. The first public hearing will be a full and complete public hearing. The second one, the applicant has completed their presentation. The public has had an opportunity to speak, and we will only be speaking among the commission members and hopefully reaching a decision this evening.
And I believe it, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Attorney Suchi was going to just address redevelopment status and anything.
Perfectly appropriate. That's fine. The third public hearing, for those of you who were here last week, the presentation was completed. A number of members of the public spoke. Anyone who did not speak last week and wishes to speak will have an opportunity to speak. As I pointed out last week, you only have one opportunity to speak. So for those people who made comments last week at the hearing, they will not be permitted to make further public comment. When the public comments on the third public hearing have been completed, again, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond to what has been said. In all likelihood, we will then close the hearing and have our own conversation regarding the application and perhaps reach a decision on the matter. With that, the first public hearing is 2024 SP CAM Web Construction LLC, 34 Meadow Street, District 2, Block 91, Lot 105, proposed contractor storage yard and rock crushing and processing use. And okay, Attorney Sachi will
Thank you,
begin
Mr.
the
Chairman.
presentation. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Liz Suchy. I'm a partner at Carmody Torrance Sandak and Hennessy, 1055 Washington Boulevard in Stamford. And our firm represents the applicant Web Construction. Present this evening, I believe remotely, will be Andy Sumalides, professional engineer of Land Tech. His firm provided civil engineering plans, drainage report, and coastal area management report. James Brenia, who's in the audience, he's a principal with Web Construction. Maria Genovese, project manager with Andreopolis Design Associates, and Steve Sokola, professional engineer with Hardesty in Hanover, who provided the traffic analysis and subsequent responses to comments from TMP. This application was filed on February 12th. Neighbors were notified on February 12th by certificate of mailing. The certificate of mailing was returned to staff and should be in the file. Neighbors were notified of tonight's hearing on May 2nd by certified mail return receipt requested and regular mail. A packet of the green domestic return receipt cards was delivered to staff last Friday, and then others were delivered today. And I believe all of the notifications all of the green cards have come back. As indicated in the application moving papers, Web Construction is the applicant. It's a tenant of the property right now at 34 Meadow Street, District 2, Block 91, Lot 105. And perhaps at this point, if Andy Sumalides could screen share either the survey or the site plan, it'd be helpful. The lot size is about 2.16 acres, and at the time of filing, the property was zoned industrial number 2. It is within the reaches of the coastal area management zone, so a coastal area management short form application was filed in addition to the special permit application filed for the proposed use. The property is to the rear of several other industrial buildings that existed over time. One of the buildings on site, it's in the middle of the screen, you'll see a white building that has next to the red, which were vehicles just beyond Village Creek. That white building was constructed in 2019 by Web Construction for an indoor contractor yard and crushing facility, which exists today. Access to the parcel is gained by a right-of-way on the north and then exit by another right-of-way on the south. The rights-of-way are not owned by the owner of the property, which is the estate of Norman LeBlanc, nor are they owned by Web Construction. We just have rights to pass and repass over those rights of way. Existing conditions. The parcel is surrounded by other industrial and commercial buildings that have been developed over time, including Wynn Waste, City Carting, Lions Court Contractors Yard, that's accessed off Woodward Avenue, and LeBlanc's Auto Storage and Auto Salvage. The LeBlanc portion of the parcel that my client shares is about an acre. Our portion of the property where the indoor contractor facility, that's about another acre. So what is the proposal before you? My client proposes to enter into a long-term lease for a portion of the property that is occupied by LeBlanc's Auto Salvage. It would demolish the 2 existing small LeBlanc Auto Parts buildings, and the auto salvage use would cease. We would then construct an 18,000 square single-story building for interior materials recycling with some outdoor storage in certain segregated areas covered by tarps with dust suppression systems employed in those storage bins. The new building would be used to accept byproduct materials that were previously considered waste and created in my client's existing building at 34 Meadow. It's not a new crushing facility. We're not bringing in separate and distinct items to be processed. It's the byproduct from the existing crushing facility would then be brought by payloader into this new building if you deem it appropriate to grant the approvals. And that byproduct would then be further processed into 3 or 4 other different types of materials used in construction trades. So what happens in the existing building? Products come in, the rock crushing takes place, certain materials are produced, and what is left over, the byproduct, is called bedding sand. I didn't know anything about this until Mr. Brenia and Mr. Bothwell explained it, but the bedding sand used to be a product that they couldn't use. Now the bedding sand is subsequently filtered, if you want to call it that, or processed further. And there are 3 different types of materials that come out of that bedding sand. 3/8 inch rock, mason sand, and concrete sand, all of which are used in the construction trade. So you might ask, well, what's bedding sand used for? Can it be used, and is there a use for it today? Well, a very, very important example of that was just 2 weeks ago when the truck caught fire on I-95 and the Fairfield Avenue Bridge burned and it had to be demolished. Webb Construction provided bedding sand that was laid on I-95 to provide a protective layer on 95 as the Fairfield Avenue Bridge was demolished. This enabled 95 bridge to be demolished more quickly, and then repaving of 95 will be kept to a minimum by virtue of this bedding sand that was laying on the road, which came from Webb Construction. So the new building, the bedding sand would be delivered from the existing rock crushing facility with payloader, brought to the new building. The product would be screened, silt and clay would be eliminated, and the 3 new products would be the end result. This would eliminate an entire waste product in the stream, putting it back into the construction trade, and not have any product or have fewer products that then just get moved off the site and brought to a landfill. It's another way of putting good products into the market. We delivered samples of these different types of the bedding sand, the mason sand, the concrete sand, and 3/8-inch rock to staff in case you had the opportunity to take a look, see what they look like. So this use, we believe, would complement the existing use that exists today and has been in existence and operational since 2019. The new structure would have whatever type of ventilation system is required, sound attenuation in its insulation, and the building and the piles for the building would meet or exceed the FEMA requirements for the zone. One of the staff comments this morning or earlier this week was, can we raise the building to FEMA plus 2 feet, plus the piles to FEMA plus 2 feet, even though it's not required? And my client is happy to do that and would do that if that's something that the commission deems appropriate. Hours of operation will remain generally the same as the existing facility, Monday through Friday, 7 to 4, Saturdays generally 8 to 2. Site is closed on Sunday. Sign-offs that have been received are fire, SNU, health, WPCA, and DPW. At this point, I'd like Mr. Sumalides to walk you through the site plan. That'll be followed by Ms. Genovese to give you an idea of what the proposed building is. And lastly, Steve Secola will share with you the traffic analyses and responses to the municipal comments we received from TMP. We also received comments, I believe it was yesterday, from TMP. Some of those comments, we are going to respond to those comments tonight, but I would like the other individuals to give you a brief presentation. So with that, if Mr. Sumalides could come on, that would be great.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Andy Sumalides. I'm a principal and professional engineer with Landtech out of Westport. As Attorney Suchy described, here in gray is that new 18,000 plus or minus square foot building. Access off of Meadow Street is through this right of way into the site. What the entire property is encumbered by the flood zone of elevation 11, the low velocity AE zone elevation 11. So around the perimeter of this property, we are proposing retaining walls to elevate the property and get the structure and storage bins 1 foot above it. But as Attorney Suchy alluded to earlier, we're okay with raising this another foot. The reason we left it at 1 foot above is what the current regs at the time of submission required, and that's what this was designed at as well. But there is enough room to ramp up an extra foot here in this drive aisle for the process to still work. So we don't see an issue raising it another foot. Obviously, the walls associated with the perimeter of the property would also be raised a foot to accommodate that as well. In terms of drainage infrastructure, the entire roof area will be captured via gutters and downspouts that get piped into a fairly large underground detention system. This detention system are these plastic chambers that are buried underground, surrounded by crushed stone that help attenuate the 100-year up to the 100-year storm event, as well as provide the necessary water quality and treatment of all new impervious surfaces. So this fairly large 72-unit system sits in here between the storage bins and building, and there's another smaller drainage system of 15 of those plastic chambers that captures a portion of this paved area via a catch basin and then gets piped underground. In terms of erosion sediment controls, we've submitted a plan that shows, silt fencing around the perimeter, the necessary construction entrance, at the entrance here with various stockpile areas. This will be a fill site, obviously, as we're raising the grades around here, so there's no material coming off, there'll be material coming in, as part of the development of this site. This building is a slab on grade, no basement or crawl space associated with this building. Utilities are very minimal. This actually doesn't even require any sewer connection. It's just a water connection to provide the necessary infrastructure for the system, which you'll hear about in a little bit in more detail of the process that this material goes through to create these 3 new byproducts of the waste from the adjacent property. So that in a nutshell is our site plan, how we meet FEMA compliance, the drainage standards. We did get sign off from DPW and WPCA in regards to the drainage, and sewer, as I mentioned earlier, isn't even a thing here, as there's no floor drains or sewer connection or bathrooms within this building. But we did get DPW sign off on that. So I'm happy to answer any questions or pass the baton now.
Sounds like it's time to pass the baton.
If Maria Genovese of ADA could come on, that would be fine. Unless you have any questions of Mr. Similides. Ms. Genovese?
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Maria Genovese from Andreopolis Design, Senior Project Manager, located here at 16 River Street in Norwalk. Our office prepared the proposed drawings. This will be a prefab metal building. As Andy stated previously, with a slab on grade. I'd like to share my screen and provide you with the architectural drawings. That's possible.
It should be possible, but it's not happening.
I'm trying to launch it right now, Mr. Schulman. I've had 6 Zoom meetings today. My computer was trying to overheat earlier. My apologies. Here we go. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes,
Great. Okay, so what I'll do is, so this is oriented 45 degrees differently than Andy's plan. The access way is here, coming across, and the current building would be located in this area. So there are 2 overhead doors, here and here, and we will have 3 man doors. These 2 are required for egress. This one's required for convenience, to be able to access in the interior door. And then this is a little bollard area for mechanical spaces, for utilities coming into the building to be protected. And I'm gonna go to the next page. And then we have our roof, which will be a metal roof, slightly sloped, and we have areas accommodating future solar panels on both sides, with gutters and downspouts that go down to the collection system that Andy had previously spoken about. What the building will look like, it's very similar to the current building that's on site there, with the 2 overhead doors here. It's a metal vertical building, and it has a slight roof pitch, as you will see on this view here. And we will have some high windows up here that will open for ventilation purposes for them, to help with heat exhaust. And this is the other side of the building. This is the east side of the building, which will have the retaining wall over here. And then this will be the front that faces the incoming portion of the driveway area. And it'll be, like I said, slab on grade, and down here, as Andy stated, we will raise the building up 1 foot if that's deemed appropriate, and we can make accommodations for that in our design. I have also to share with you that from web construction, so you can see what the interior will look like. We, the system that does the sorting is, done by a third party person. Our office isn't designing it, but I do have it to share with you. So I'm gonna stop sharing this. The other one. Okay.
Steve, I have a question, of you. Am I correct that, the regulations do not permit additional piles at this location?
I can't recall if that was from the regulation or from the prior approval, but Brian might be able to help me out with that.
Yeah, so the new reg, it gives you discretion on piles. So whether it's no new piles or any new piles, you have this discretion on the kind of what you're thinking.
Well, I think what they're trying to do here is a good thing. But I don't, favor having, additional piles on the property. Liz, you want to
I
comment?
think the regulation under which the application was submitted indicated that new structures could be constructed on a site for a non-conforming use. They could be moved. I think the regulation does limit new piles, but we are willing to adjust where some of the piles are today, adjacent to the existing building, and perhaps move over to the side so there aren't completely new piles everywhere. I understand your concern. Having said that, there is a need to have some of this material stored outside, so I would suspect that's something we could work out with staff to determine where the piles should be, given the fact that we have approval for piles today with the existing building. If that's something that's condition that the commission deems appropriate, that's something we can certainly work on together.
I think we can discuss that.
Well, I have a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
Just follow up. This piles that we're talking about, there's not any new material that's being brought in. This is stuff left over from what's already been brought in. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. With this proposed application, it's new product from
From old
materials that,
material?
exactly.
Okay.
And what was done in the past, with that material?
Some of the bedding sand was sold and some of it was discarded. So then now there's an opportunity to have the new product that can be sold and used rather than it just being discarded, brought to landfills, or just being considered waste.
There's also a concern, I think, about the north, if you will, entrance, exit and its proximity to the new school. And I'm wondering if it's possible to safely and conveniently operate this facility without using that northern entrance exit.
Well, as I stated early on, Mr. Schulman, and that question was raised by TMP, we don't own the northerly entrance. It's a right of way over which we have rights, and others have rights over that right of way as well. It's not just us. So to eliminate or otherwise restrict or hamper what we do or what others do, we are not in a position to encumber that portion, that right of way in any other way. If we were the owners, it'd be a different story, but we're not. Others use it for access to the building that's adjacent to us. And this has been the circular access path that was approved for the original indoor rock crushing facility and was also modified by this commission, I think, a year and a half after it was approved. So we have no control over how that is operated other than we have rights to use it.
I understand that. Nonetheless, if you were not to use it, there would be a reduction in traffic coming and going through that area, which would enhance safety for the children walking to and from school.
Well, I think there would then be more traffic coming in and out of the southerly entrance. It would be an entrance and an exit, which is closer to where the school is. I think the circular pattern brings trucks off the road faster to the site, and then they come out on the southerly side, like many of the others. Plus, it would increase the amount of traffic and use of the southerly right-of-way, which is used by City Carding, Wynn, and others. I think the way it exists today is probably the safest, and it's the way that it will continue to exist, whether this proposal is approved or not. That's the path that we have today.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more follow?
Sure.
Liz, I'm sorry, I'm probably taking this out of order for you, but we're in this conversation now. In light of your answer to the other question that some of the material was taken away and disposed of and some of it was sold, and there's no new material being brought in. I wondered to myself when I was reading all of those last minute traffic studies this afternoon, is it logical to assume that if we're using the same amount of material, whether it's being disposed of or sold, that the trucking amount is going to be the same?
That's our position, and our traffic consultant, who you'll hear from in just a minute, took into consideration perhaps 2 or 3 more trucks just to be conservative. But it's the same trucks, it's the same material coming in, it's just being processed again.
Well, that's what I was trying to understand.
That's 2 or 3 more trucks in the peak hour, right? Is that what they said?
That was a guesstimate in peak hour.
So do you know what the total truck increase would be?
It's Steve Spola will come. up
Okay,
and
we can
explain
get to
that.
it then. I was trying to figure that out too.
We just added that in to account for some additional, because, yeah, there may be 1 or 2 more trucks coming in, maybe 3 or 4. But it's not a whole new grouping of trucks coming in every day to serve this building. They're already coming to the site to bring the materials to the existing building.
Unless there's a change in type of truck. But I don't know if it,
It's still generally the same truck that's going to come in to bring the materials, and then a payloader brings it from the existing building next door. And then that same process is going to be to remove those materials from the site house and go to construction sites.
So I have a question. In regards to aesthetics, what is going to be the good neighbor policy? This neighborhood has been inundated with industry and lots of bad players, bad actors. What's going to be different now?
Well, I'll tell you right off the bat, Web Construction has not received, to my knowledge, any notices of violation ever since it started operating the rock crushing facility next door. It's tucked in behind this building, and the rock crushing facility building are tucked in behind existing industrial buildings. So it will be difficult to see this building. But I think they've demonstrated that they've been a good neighbor by virtue of the fact that there haven't been any violations, there haven't been any complaints. Even just tonight, I don't think there are any members of the public from this neighborhood who were notified that no one called me. I don't think anyone contacted the staff. I'm not sure if anyone will be on tonight's meeting, but I think they've demonstrated by their actions that they're a good neighbor already.
Well, I think in the past, when you send out those notices, you send it out to owners of buildings and owners, of private residents, but you don't send it to the renters. And that's an obstacle. That's a barrier why people don't show up.
We can only send it to the individuals who are the record owners. We don't know who renters are. We have no way of knowing that. And
That's why
that's-
they're not here. If they were here, they'd tell a different story.
Well, we haven't received any notices of violation. No one has contacted us. However, Mr. Bernia and now Mark Bothwell, who's the owner, they're available. We can have a name that's associated with the file in case there are problems that neighbors encounter, so that there's someone to call and a number to call. We've done that in the past. And I'm sure that's something that they would be more than willing to provide if that's something that you deem appropriate.
So has there been a testing in the sound decimal of this rock crushing?
It's an interior use, so I don't think there's any issue, but again, if there's an issue with noise and non-compliance with the city's noise ordinance, a violation or a complaint has to be registered, and then a decibel reading of property lines, the receptive property lines would be appropriate. But if no one tells us there's a noise problem, we presume that there isn't one. But if there is one and there's a complaint raised, then of course, the proper protocol for evaluating whether or not noise meets or exceeds the decibel reading, that would have to be undertaken by the police department.
Right. What kind of barrier will be around this building?
Andy, could you explain the barrier?
Sure. Just to be clear, this is not a rock crushing facility that we're proposing today. The rock crushing facility has been something that's been going on for, I think, about 5 years in this building. And the idea is the byproduct of this building, that's a waste product, gets transferred to this portion of the property now, goes into this, that waste product goes through that system that you just saw briefly, and it creates through three new products that are useful products in the construction industry. And just to touch on a little bit, and then I'll answer the perimeter question. Obviously, with those three new products, they need to be stored somewhere as they're being made. And then that's why the necessity for additional storage bins, right? So we're creating three new products. You typically don't want to put the same product, obviously, on top of each other. So you need the necessary additional bins to store them. In terms of the landscaping perimeter, we are proposing trees around the entire perimeter of this building, arborvitae trees, screening. And you can see here an example of that screening. We did the same here, and if I go back to the aerial, you can kind of see it in the aerial as it loads up here. But I think one of the comments from staff was, and you can see it here, similar screening was done next door and around this perimeter. One of the conditions of approval, though, was actually to remove some of that landscaping and create low impact development, bioswales, and rain gardens in lieu of the landscaping, because right here, what are we really landscaping against? Another industrial use, and similarly here. So I think the intent here is to actually remove, to staff's recommendation, some of that landscaping and actually try and do some more low impact development, drainage infrastructure as a condition of approval, which we're open to. Depending on how the commission views that, we're willing to remove landscaping. Again, it's trees that we're removing, but the landscaping, greenery, the ground cover remains with some type of rain garden filtration media that would ultimately connect to the proposed larger drainage system as well. Almost kind of a pre-treatment water quality measure.
So
Just keep
this will be new filtration installed?
Yeah,
Correct,
absolutely.
correct for this site.
If you could just keep that, I'm sorry, could you keep?
Oh,
the
sorry.
aerial for a second?
Yep.
I think the aerial is very helpful. Where it says project site, that's where all the cars are parked right now.
Mhm.
The building would be there. So it's tucked behind one building to the left, a building kind of to the north, I guess it's north. Another one facing Meadow Street, and then to the west, south of the west. I never remember on this map where that is. There's the Lion Ports building and another contractor's facility off Woodward Avenue. So it's kind of tucked behind the others, which the other building provides some nice coverage. But if the commission thinks it's more important to have landscaping around, we'll keep that. If you think that the low impact development types of bioswales that staff suggested are better, we're happy to incorporate that.
Absolutely. So how many jobs do you plan to bring to the city?
Maybe one or two more, but again, it's not a new crushing facility. It's making new products out of the products that exist. So maybe there'll be one or two jobs.
Yeah,
That's about it.
right. And so the three new products that is being derived from the rock crushing process, does any of it produce fine dust?
James, any that produce fine dust?
Could,
Come on.
Good evening, I'm James Brenia with Web Construction, 34 Meadow Street in Norwalk. Our employees, we started the first building in 2019. The same employees that were with us in 2019 are the same ones that are with us now. We take a lot of care into safety, respiratory systems, dust suppression systems and whatnot. So when in the crushing building, the first building that we have, when you're taking something that's 2 feet big and you're crushing it into something that's 1.25 inches in size, there is dust created, absolutely. That system that was approved in 2018, 2019, the crushers themselves have 22 spray nozzles on them. Our insurance company inspects us, they make sure that we're doing things properly, so. So that side of the business leads us to our new or potential operation of what's called a wet screening plant. So the wet screening plant takes our bedding sand from our first building. It's transported into the second building. Okay, so we're not taking a piece that's 2 feet big and crushing it down to 1.25 inches. We're taking something that's maybe 3/4 of an inch or 1/2 inch and turning that into smaller dust and create stone. So it's not a crushing what's going on, it's screening what's going on. It's a closed loop wet spray system. So the noise level of the building that's proposed here is dramatically lower than noise level from the first building. Now, the first building that does all the impacting and the crushing. If you stand at the gate, that's probably 30 feet away from the building itself, you cannot hear any of the noise. That's how the first building was designed and expense put into noise attenuation. Now, the same expense is going to be put into the second building, but the noise level that we're starting with is half of the first building. So I understand the concern regarding noise levels and whatnot, but it won't exist. Won't even hear it. It'll be a whisper.
And there won't be dust outside of the building.
No, because it's a wet system. So there's sprayers it's like a conveyor belt system that's taking place inside the building. So as soon as you load the hopper, until you get to the end product, which are compressed cakes, what they're called, it's wet the entire way. And there's a huge, I'll call it, looks like a shark tank that's in there that's constantly supplying the water to all these different points along the conveyor belt. And then as the water level decreases, it's automatically supplemented. And honestly, what we would like to do is once this gets up and running, is do like a rain harvesting system from the roof. That way we're not drawing on the city utilities, we're taking from nature. So this is really, no one else has a system like this in Connecticut, just like we did the indoor rock crushing facility. No one has a facility like this as well as part of the wet screening plan. So for the manufacturer that's custom designing this process for us, this is going to be state of the art. You know, this is going to be a brochure item for them. This will be their selling product.
Too bad you won't have more employees.
Well, like I said, the employees that we have now, they're extremely happy with us. 3 of them live in Norwalk. We do plan on bringing 2 more employees on board for this facility. And it's not something that requires 50 employees to be working inside that building.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Any other questions of Ms. Genovese? Okay, so at this point, if Steve Cipolla could come on and just about share with you his analyses and findings for traffic.
Thank you, Liz. For the record, Steve Cipolla, Senior Traffic Engineer, licensed professional engineer with Hardesty in Hanover. We conducted the traffic evaluation dated February 8th and also provided a response to comments letter dated April 30th, which responded to city planning's comments dated March 5th and TMP's comments dated April 2nd. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is our figure 1 from our traffic evaluation, just for reference purposes. Meadow Street, the northerly shared access drive, which is used for our entrance to the site. And then our exit to the site is to the southerly shared access drive, so a clockwise flow through the site. As mentioned, the proposals for an 18,800 square foot building, which replaced the existing LeBlanc auto parts facility on this side of the property. We conducted counts at at this entrance here and the exit here on Tuesday, January 30th of this year, from 7 to 9 a.m. in the morning and from 1 to 3 p.m. in the afternoon, which is the busy time for the afternoon peak for the site during the winter months. During the summer months, it's about an hour later, 2 to 4. So we adjusted, because the counts were done in January. So our counts indicated that during the morning peak hour, there was a total of 8 trucks entering and exiting. And in the afternoon, a total of 9 trucks entered and 10 left during the afternoon peak.
That's the peak hour, correct?
Correct, correct. Those are the peak hours for the truck traffic, which is, at the beginning of their operations in the morning and at the end of their operations in the
Do you
afternoon.
know the timing? What did you define peak hours as?
Let me see what they were. The peak hours were 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning and 1:45 to 2:45 in the afternoon. Were the peak hours identified from the counts. Based on comments from the city TMP, we collected data from the web construction and compared daily tonnage. They provided that a typical daily tonnage during January of this year was 1,088 tons. And then they provided the tonnage for July 2023, which is their peaks. It's the peak season, is the month of July, which had 1,535 tons. Using that difference, we seasonally adjusted by 41%. The counts we conducted at the driveway. So we estimate during their busy month in July, they generate during a peak hour 11 trucks in, 11 trucks out in the morning, and 13 in and 14 out in the afternoon peak hours. As previously stated, the proposed expansion is to better refine materials and reduce the amount of waste materials that are already being brought to the site. There's no anticipated increase in daily tonnage. Typically for a development of this type, if we were going to estimate site traffic, we would typically base it on like an increase in tonnage would be the most appropriate way to estimate increase in traffic. As previously stated, they're not anticipating any increase in the tonnage. Therefore, to be conservative, we estimated an increase of 2 trucks in, 2 trucks out during both peak hours. We believe that, the modest, if any, increase of traffic with the proposed new building is not anticipated to have a significant, it should have an insignificant impact on the surrounding roadways. And we don't anticipate any increase in safety concerns, both with existing and future pedestrian activity along Meadow Street. It should also be noted that the existing LeBlanc auto part traffic, which will be removed in the future because that uses will no longer be on that site. We did not take any reductions or credit for that. And also that type of development would see typically some tow trucks or flatbed trucks entering and exiting the site throughout the day as well. If there's Any questions?
I have two questions.
Sure.
First, do you have a sense of total increased trucks? So this is in the peak hours, but
No.
throughout the day. Again, I know you mentioned that you're not anticipating issues with the school, but I'm just really paranoid.
Yeah, being there's not an anticipated increase in tonnage, I would not anticipate, you know, an increase in daily traffic. If there was, it might be in the same range, the maybe 2 trucks, that conservative, estimate. It would not be, a something, a significant number. It would be more on the lower end because, based on, that, they're not, anticipating, any additional, increase in the daily tonnage, which is the matrix for calculating what increase in traffic would be. So that's a daily number.
Gotcha. The other
Yeah.
question, I don't know if it's for you or for Attorney Suchi, but
Mhm.
in the TMP's memo, they asked about like a suggested pathway that the trucks
Mhm.
travel. Is that still on the table, or did I read that that's not on the table anymore? Again, same concern there, which way the trucks are gonna be going and pushing away from the school and the smaller roads.
Yeah, you mean, on the external roads or the circulation internally?
No, on the external roads. I think TMP had made a suggestion about Attorney Suchi, was maybe more for you than for Mr.
Yeah, I
Cipollini.
think, let
But
Attorney Fletcher.
I was curious if we can hit the TMP, I think if I read correctly, had a suggested route. I believe you all said no to that. Just wanted to make sure I'm understanding that correctly and if we can go into that a little bit.
Sure.
Betsy?
At this point, do you have any other questions for Steve and his report? I can certainly address those and discuss.
I
them.
don't, I asked my question on traffic.
Sure. We did get TMP's comments yesterday afternoon after having waited again for TMP's comments. And as far as a few things that they raised, one was to direct the traffic, as you're asking, from the site, not use local roads and direct it down to, from Meadow to Wilson to MLK. And that just seems to me to kind of fly in the face of what they'd like to do, and given the fact that this truck traffic would then be directed directly in front of the intersection of where the school's going to be.
Right.
So it seems to me it makes more sense and it would be more productive and it would be safer to allow my client to continue to go, have trucks go out to the left and those that use Meadow and Wilson and MLK, and allow some to go to the right, that go up Meadow and then down to Woodward and go that way. Not directing all of the traffic to what school is. That seemed to be inconsistent to me. Secondly, I don't think that anyone, whether it's TMP or any other department, that it would be a legal condition to prohibit use of city roads. 136 is a state road. However, as I mentioned to Mr. Baker today, we would certainly be amenable to, as best we can, trying to limit the amount of traffic that go into the residential neighborhoods, unless, of course, we have to deliver materials to houses or businesses that you can only access to that. But to restrict the use just to direct that you can only go in one direction, that just doesn't seem, number one, to be a legal condition. Number two, to be what the city wants to do to make sure that the area around the school is safe.
Yeah.
And then as far as, there was something else that came up that one thing I wanted to go back to, the northern access. One thing that Steve touched on that I think is worth noting again is the LeBlanc use was not eliminated from the traffic study. We did the traffic study thinking of LeBlanc's would still be there, even though it's not. So that traffic generated by LeBlanc's in and out, whether it's the cars, the flatbeds, or customers waiting, who also sit on that northern access way, park there waiting and clog that up. That would not happen any longer because the use is gone, but we kept it in to be conservative. The other thing I wanted to mention is TMP also recommended that any traffic along Meadow Street is problematic. Well, any traffic along any street could be considered problematic, and any traffic, it just seems to me like TMP wants to impose a moratorium. And if that's the case, that's fine, but there's a process to do that. And this is not the process. Moreover, if any traffic is the issue, then what happens when Woodstock gets released, which is either gone or going to be gone? What happens to the old NCC building right next door? What happens to any of the other property owners who have vacant portions of their building on Meadow or on Woodward. I don't think the city's public policy is to keep buildings vacant. I think it's to manage traffic as best they can. And given the traffic analysis we've presented, there's such a minimal amount of increased trucks, plus the tonnage isn't increasing, that I don't think it should be a concern. That's my personal opinion, but I think it's one that's been validated by the traffic analysis.
Steve, did you have a view on what TMP were saying about pushing more traffic down past the school? I found that a little confusing as well.
I think the idea is, and Brian can definitely comment as well. I think the idea is to get them to MLK in the quickest route possible, since that corridor was designed to move
Deal with this, yeah.
large vehicles from south to north. Whereas the local streets north of the site, like Chestnut and
Chestnut,
really,
you- yeah.
they're, different nature in terms of their geometry and the makeup of the streets, as well as when you get to those points north of there, then you're more bottled up than when you were to begin with. So you really don't want trucks going that direction. And I think that also kind of lines up with some of the lane use policy changes you approved over the last couple of years with the industrial zones changes, as well as with the rezoning for the downtown area.
But keep in mind, this is the route the trucks are taking today. And it's generally the same.
Unfortunately so.
Yeah, I think it's something that would be a broader city policy decision versus application
Right.
specific.
Yeah, and I think Steve hit that on the head, that I spoke with the law office today, and they kind of confirmed Liz's position that we are not able to prohibit people from taking certain, public streets, so.
But it wouldn't be in my client's best interest to take smaller, narrower residential roads that would take longer, they might not be able to maneuver. They would stay generally on Meadow, Wilson, MLK, Woodward Avenue to get to and from the site. That just seems to me to be the most appropriate routes for them to take, absent any issues that those roads they're not passable for some reason.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
At this point, I just wanted to make one mention of, there was a draft resolution with some conditions that were shared with us. And with the exception of the north and south, using one or the other, and the roadway comments that TMP shared, the comments that Mr. Baker provided as conditions of approval, my client has seen and has no issue. Raising the building to meet minimum flood +2, whatever you decide, whether it's landscaping or the rain gardens or some things of that nature, and the other items that staff prepared in the conditions of approval were accepted.
Thank you. All right. If there are no other questions, we'll open it up to the public. Go ahead, we'll give you a minute to set up. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this?
Do we need to announce the instructions for anybody who might be online or on the phone?
No, Steve will.
Oh.
Steve will do that.
If there's
Sorry,
somebody, if there's anybody attending virtually who would like to speak, *9, if you're by phone, otherwise you can use the raise your hand function on the bottom of the screen with Zoom.
Then James, you have control over bringing people over whenever you have a chance.
Yes. So Rich Bonifant.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hey, with the new school going in,
Richard, sorry to interrupt. Can you
sorry.
just give us your name and address?
you're right. Richard Bonifant, Park Hill Avenue, Norwalk, Connecticut. Sorry, you're, good call. Hey, with that new school, the Sono school that they haven't figured out the name for yet, that is gonna go like almost like down the street from it. there's all kinds of opportunities for education on that street coming up. I mean, you could take the third graders and put a mask on them and take them to the new facility and say, this is how we crush rocks. Okay? Hey, great idea. Well, nice little field trip going on. Then they could go like to my buddy Don LaJoy next door, and because he's invited me several times, watch me shred a car in 45 seconds. I mean, that could be another opportunity. So with the school going in and all the industry across the street, you got all kinds of great opportunities for education. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have we anyone else, Steve?
Diane Loricello.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman of Planning and Zoning Commission, staff, and applicant. For the record, my name is Diane Loricella, 21 Little Fox Lane in Norwalk. Tonight, I took a look at this project, and I first wanted to say there definitely are some good things that would come of the project should you approve it with conditions that I'm going to suggest. The first is that the LaJoys, quite a bit of the car stacking and the activities would be removed. I do suggest that there are conditions placed on that being done correctly, kind of like a demolition. Now, again, Webb, I'm still not quite sure of the relationship between LeBlanc's and I think the Bothwells and Webb. So I don't think it would be the applicant's responsibility to remove the cars in a proper manner and remove any contaminated soil that likely is underneath said cars, because when they are drained of their oil before they're crushed, it's not complete. They're not cleaned. So, and this is LeBlanc's have served the city in many ways for decades. So there needs to be some kind of remediation. And what is that? I did not see anything in this particular application that would be addressing the fact that they will more than likely have to remove soil, do remediation. So, I mean, these are things that the staff woulda, coulda, should have been requesting and demanding. So before this application was even accepted. I believe this application, as I said, has some good points. Definitely due to the regulations, the stormwater management would be cleaned up to varying degrees. Definitely there was a mention made because they know that certain commissioners are big, and I'm kind of looking at you in my everyone's picture, the solar panels. That's a new thing to dangle, and I want to say that this would help save Webb money in the long run. So that's a good thing. If they somehow decide not to put these solar panels on, they could do ground mounted because it definitely will save them money in their electrical use, of course. They might even want to try micro wind. I mean, there's a lot of ways that are affordable now with rebates. But now I want to get to the things that maybe aren't so good, and I'll just list them as quickly as possible. I looked at the environmental impact form by Land Tech. Many of you know I was a former regulator with the DEEP and the Hazardous Materials Management Division. I'm an environmental consultant. I am not here tonight stating that I am an expert witness. I didn't have time to submit my resume and the like. But I do want to tell you, I read with experienced eyes the environmental impact form that Land Tech submitted. And I am befuddled by the fact that the staff continues to allow these one-page forms that I think Land Tech has made almost like a brand, where they claim almost nothing is going to happen with this particular project. Unfortunately, I beg to differ, and I'm going to list based on their own impact form why I think they need to go back to the drawing board and submit something that contains a lot more information so that you commissioners can make a proper decision on this particular, that number one, particulate matter. They claim that none will be submitted, and I beg to differ because of the fact that they will be transferring materials back and forth between the two buildings. There is a space, an air space in between the two buildings. It is an interesting design. However, I noted that the architect that just spoke, she said that there would be ventilation units at the top. So that kind of set the alarm bell. So I would like them to better explain how they're going to control as they're taking material and recycling it into smaller material, basically, which again, recycling is a good thing, but it matters how you do it. So when the gentleman from the company said that there would be dust, and so I think that you all need a much better idea in detail about how that dust is going to be controlled. And the fact that there's going to be vents at the top of the building gives me pause. Already we have a problem in the city. So they're saying that the doors will be shut at all times, except when a truck is going in and then out. Well, right now you have several other, I ask how is there any mention, and I don't see any when I read the application about assurances that those doors will actually be closed. Unfortunately, the enforcement mechanisms in this city are not up to speed. You have a lot of contractor yards and places where they're supposed to keep the doors shut, and they are not. I'm thinking Amec near the transfer station, where they do not keep their doors shut, and there's dust flying out towards Lockwood Matthews Mansion. And we have Win Waste, formerly City Carting. They do not keep their doors all shut when they're not actually adding materials, which they do have the right to do, and then they're supposed to shut the door right away. So I'm sorry, I just don't have faith that the staff will be able to enforce reducing the particulate matter. And particulate matter 2.5 is particularly bad for respiratory diseases, and that is something that is seen when you crush and you have sand, which could contain certain kinds of sand, silica dust, which is a human carcinogen. So I think that allowing them to fill out this one-size-fits-all environmental impact form is not proper. You also have idling trucks, and there is a 2-minute idling law in the state of Connecticut, which is not enforced almost by anybody. It's a health issue. So I would like to hear the commissioner's request that the applicant talk about the idling trucks. As far as dust, which is number 3 on their environmental impact statement, they're claiming they're going to put tarps on the piles. Well, what about the moving of materials from one building to the other? Also, trucks and their tires will kick up dust as well. What are they doing on the outer yard as far as wetting down materials, or is it all going to be impervious surfaces, which can pose another issue? But I mean, how are they going to be controlling the dust between the buildings and around by the trucks going in and out of the place, that sort of thing? I think you have a right to know that. Under noise, number 2, what about the backup beepers? In other opinions or conditions of permit, this commission has asked applicants, especially those that are where noise is especially exacerbated, because you have, I once lived at Village Creek, and I know a lot of people at Harbor View, Harbor Shores, and Village Creek now. How are you going to mitigate the noise of backup beepers? That is not mentioned. In fact, they said there's no problem as far as that goes. The heat is listed. There is the heat island effect of more impervious surfaces, as well as two large roofs, although I can't say it would be measurable. So I just wanted to mention it, that it's adding to the heat island effect of that part of town. And that lastly, I wanted to know if currently the current owner, LeBlanc's, who I have respect for as a company that's been around for a long time, but they have air quality and water quality violations right now. Now, I know Ms. Suchi will come and tell you that there are no violations on the record books. There are no complaints by anybody. I'm not so sure that is true, but I will take her word for it because our city has not very good enforcement mechanisms as it is, and the state hardly ever gets down here. But currently, the stormwater controls are allowing runoff, polluted runoff into the little harbor there. So I was surprised that this application could be even heard at this stage because you have that the LeBlanc family has not been maintaining that property to mitigate any kind of air or very little for air and water quality. So I don't know if I didn't have time to go to DEP to see if they're in violation of the DEP's water quality laws, but if so, that usually stops a application from moving forward until such time that the problem is mitigated or fixed, or at least a remediation plan is put forth. I saw nothing about a remediation plan at all in this property. So I'm skipping on now to the CAM form. Again, and this is not the first big industrial area where the staff and this commission allows an applicant to use the short form. I would suggest you look within yourselves and change your policy because this is a major project. It is not a little tiny square of land, and you're allowing this commercial applicant to use the short form. But the fact that they use a short form, I'm looking at it right now, and there are things that are missing. So they have to go back to the drawing board, and this is not a completed form under Coastal Resources number 1. Now, I was a harbor commissioner when Bill Collins was the mayor, and I helped write the harbor management plan. I have been on the mayor's water quality committee, and I also take a look at land use and how it affects water quality. So I suggest when I read the form that, again, Land Tech, a company that I have worked with before, and I'm very surprised that they're being allowed to use the short form and a very short environmental impact. This is not the only project that you have pending before you where I see almost the exact same short forms and brevity. So under 1 Coastal Resources, they checked off item A and H. That's it. I suggest under Coastal Resources that may be impacted that the staff, because they didn't file an forthright form, that it be rejected out of hand. There's intertidal flats, which is item E. Under F, there's tidal wetlands. Under I, there's developed shorefront. Under K, there's shorelands. And under L, there's a shellfish natural beds. That this site, even though it's not right on the harbor, its runoff does impact the harbor, the small harbor. And lastly, under air resources and quality, while they keep saying how there's no impact, I don't believe that is true. And if anything, I would like to see this commission ask for a peer review environmental impact statement, because a lot of important things that I know this commission cares about has been left off and denied. So they're in denial for the 2 forms I'm talking about. Under number 3 in your CAM short form, under number 3, they were asked to identify significant historical and cultural resources. The area itself is historical, even the industries there, and they use one word, none. Number 4, they ID coastal policies affected by the project. They just checked off items A and I. That's it. Not F for boating, and there is kayaking and boating done in that area. And L, transportation. There are a lot of policies, coastal policies related to transportation, including flooding, including polluted runoff, idling, and the like. Under, let's see, number 5, identify and description of potential adverse impact and potential beneficial impacts of project. Under adverse effects, it's stated none identified. And then, of course, under beneficial, they talk about the water quality, which I agree, to a degree. But under adverse effects, please don't let them get away with claiming that there's all, it's a pristine piece of property. It ain't, it just is not. And under other comments, there was nothing. It was mentioned that there was a draft resolution put before the applicant. As a citizen, I didn't have access to the draft resolution. Is this becoming customary practice to let the applicant see all of your measures and conditions and not allow the public to have comment upon it? I think this, again, is a bad direction. And I have to say, for this project, because there's a public hearing later on tonight, and there's one that's going to be probably in June, where we have the similar kind of policies being allowed, short forms being used, not filled out properly and openly, transparently, and then the public not having access to all of the same information that the applicant does. So I ask that you reject this without prejudice and ask this applicant to go back to the drawing board and fill in the proper form, make sure they answer properly the air quality questions, the noise questions. And I ask that you reject this and you deny this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No one else.
All right, then we'll turn it back to Attorney Secchi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to Mr. Bonifant, I appreciate his comments, and if there is a way that web construction can integrate educational opportunities for kids to learn more about the processes, I'm sure that would be something that web construction would consider. Diane Lauricella, I mean, I have to admit, every time Diane Lauricella comes before this commission, it's the same comment. You don't have enough information. The staff didn't do its job. The application that was submitted is incorrect. She needs more time, but let's face facts here. This is a site that is a auto junkyard. There are no controls. There's no stormwater management. As a matter of fact, all of the junk vehicles are off the site. It has been removed and those are no longer there. Any opportunities to increase and improve this site and its condition are going to happen by virtue of this proposal. It's going to happen when site work starts. I'm sure that Land Tech, and I'll ask Andy in just a minute to respond, but that's going to be part and parcel of how the site gets developed. I'm sure that if they come across whatever contaminated soils that Ms. Lauricella presumes are there, they're going to have to deal with it. And as far as who is who, well, Web Construction has been a tenant. They are a tenant of the LeBlancs operating on half of the acreage. They will be a tenant on the remaining half. That's the relationship. And that's the only relationship, not that has any validity or any reason to be brought before you. The environmental impact statement, there are various topics: noise, dust, vibration, ionizing radiation, and heat. We've already explained what the process is. The material will come from one building in a payloader into the new building, and it goes through a wet system from the beginning to end. So dust that's created gets addressed through that system. It's on the interior. There's no rock crushing happening in the new structure. The doors will be closed. If you make it a condition of approval, they have to keep the doors closed. And for Ms. Lauricella to claim that the staff doesn't do its job with respect to violations, I have to say there's probably tens of violations that are currently open that the staff is dealing with, whether it's through a hearing officer or themselves, or violation notices, or even in court. So that's just not a correct statement at all. And it's frankly surprising that that statement would be made directed to this commission and directed to the staff. You can't compare this operation to AMEC and any others. As I've said, we don't get a notice of violation if we're not told that we have to cease and desist. We're operating as we're supposed to be. If there's a violation, we have to address it. And the staff has all sorts of opportunities in their arsenal to do that. Violation notices, cease and desist notices. They can bring an applicant back before you, like you did with an applicant just up the street on Meadow Street, to come before you to pull a permit. They can bring an applicant to court if they feel that they're not being satisfied. So there are opportunities and they're taken advantage of. Idling of trucks, that is a DEEP issue. It's set by statute. You can only idle for a certain amount of time. That's a violation. That would be brought to DEP's attention, I presume, through the zoning staff. Noise. We can only deal with issues related to unacceptable levels of noise if there's a violation. And once there's a violation, the police department is called to go out and do a decibel level reading. That's what your noise ordinance says, and that's what we're obligated to abide by. As far as the current owners and air quality and water quality issues and violations, I've seen nothing from Ms. Lauricella that she can point to you to say, here's the violation. It's all speculation. And I think that you have to reject that outright unless she can give to you that violation notice. It's unfair to the current owners and it's unfair to any other applicant that she has mentioned tonight, any other property owner or business that she claims is not operating within the confines of their permits. At this point, Mr. Sumalides, could you just go through the environmental statement that your office prepared and address some of the other concerns that Ms. Lauricella has raised?
Sure. Just for the record, Andy Sumalides with Plantech. Just to touch on the CAM comments or questions. The only on-site coastal resource is the flood hazard area, as stated in our application, and obviously the general development. But the other things Diane mentioned are what she claims through her limited research on this project, as she stated, are off-site, but within the influence of this project, right? That they're going to be impacted by our development. Intertidal flats, she mentioned shellfish. She even went as far as, far reaches of boating. I don't know the closest boat to this site that's in a water, honestly. So the impacts, none of our proposal, none of our impacts from a stormwater or water quality perspective is draining to any of that offsite. All of our new proposal is draining towards Meadow Street, away from the water. And all of our stormwater is directed that way. So again, and not to go into full detail on it and harp on every little tidbit that was thrown out there, but we are not draining towards that area. And in terms of some of the environmental impacts of the contaminated soils, we are not planning to excavate any of the material there. We are filling the site to get out of the coastal hazard area. And then we are capping it with a concrete slab underneath the building and parking basically throughout the rest of the site. And we're doing minimal open space on the perimeters to meet the regulations. So we are capping the site essentially to contain it. And that's why that proposal was as such. We are not excavating to put anything in, actually. And we're not planning to take any material off site. And I think that's part of the nature of the deal of why you're seeing a tenant here and not an ownership transfer, just based on that fact alone. So yes, there was no need to get an LEP involved, as we're not doing anything of that nature of moving hazardous materials off site. So I think that in a nutshell, I think answers the questions. I'm more than happy if you commissioners feel like you had something of substance from Dan that I did not answer. I'm more than happy to answer. But in terms of a CAM, this is exactly why we did the short form and why you guys have the short form. We are not impacting any of those other coastal resources, hence why we didn't check the boxes, even though they're off-site, but they're not within influence of our project.
Mr. Sumalides, two follow-up questions for you.
Sure.
One was related to the ventilation windows that was brought up and how dust will be controlled in relation to that. I'm not sure if that's a question directed to you or someone else on the team, but wanted to follow up on that item.
Yeah, I think Maria can answer that a bit. I don't know if it was more for dust or more for heat and ventilation of the system, but Maria can maybe opine on that one.
We provided similar windows in the other building, and for when they don't have the dust going on and they're not working, they could open the windows to allow some just general heat in the building to come out. But they could be fixed windows so they still get some daylight into there, or we could eliminate them entirely. I can leave that up to James to determine what he would like to do. But we can adjust our plan.
A follow-up question for you, I think, feel free to redirect it to the team, is, I appreciate that the building next door does have what appears to be a light-colored metal roof. Is a light-colored metal roof considered for this property as well? Am I understanding that correctly?
It's to be similar to the current building. Yes, we can determine if that's what the commissioner would like, we can make it a lighter colored roof.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that gets to the other question that Ms. Lorachella had around the heat
Mhm.
island effect. So thank you.
Yes.
So the design intent of the wet processing plant is, like I had said before, it is wet. So the respirators, from what we're being told by the team that's designed the Circular Air USA, which has they're a European company, but they also have a branch located in Texas. So the intent is that the process is so minimal to dust that our workers won't even have to wear respirators. That's how intense the process is as far as the wet process. Whereas the rock crushing, it does, like I had stated, our employees have to wear the respirators, change the filters, and make sure that their masks are clean. They wear hearing protection in the new facility. And it's gonna be a learning curve for us. Right now, we're being told that the only thing that they're gonna need to wear is hearing protection and eye protection, but no respiratory protection. Now, once we're up and running, if we feel that, you know, I think we need to put some belts and suspenders here, then we're gonna add in the respiratory protection as well. But at this moment in time, we're being told by the engineers that we're not gonna need that level of protection. So to answer your question, the dust inside that building will be minimal.
Great. Thank you for that context.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm not sure, not sure who's the right person to answer this. And I apologize if I get the lingo wrong or if this was already explained. There's been a lot of testimony on this. In the preliminary memo from P&Z, they raised an issue of there being 8 new storage piles and that wasn't actually allowed in the new regulation. And your response was that you would be willing to eliminate some of the previously existing storage piles so that it wouldn't be an addition, basically, you know, so that it stays the same number. Has that been implemented in your plan, or has there been a commitment, or is that addressed in the proposed conditions? Because I didn't see that mentioned in the staff's most recent memo, that they're concerned about that was addressed. So I'm not sure if this is a question for Liz or the staff, or Attorney Sachi or the staff.
I defer to Brian, sorry.
So from what I understand, it was not, so the piles that they've proposed are would be new piles, which you, I believe, have discretion over saying yay, nay, all are okay, none are okay, some are okay. When the first memo went out, that was when it looked like they were adding a second rock crusher, which kind of threw up a lot of red flags for us. Then when it came to this is going to be excess material that is just further filtered. That's where, you know, that concern from my perspective was addressed. But again, you have authority to kind of say what you think is more appropriate.
So Brian, because there's not a new rock crusher, there's the same number of piles as previously?
No, so they have piles that I believe exist on parcel B, the existing portion where the rock crusher is.
Yeah.
Then they have, I believe, to a parcel to the south, they have additional piles, and then these piles on this portion of the lot would be new. They would be in addition to all of the existing piles.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? If
I
not,
just to
oh,
point out quickly for the commission, we did refer this application to the Harbor Management Commission, who found it consistent with the harbor management plan. It was referred to Deep decided not to comment on it. That was their official word, is they were not going to provide comment in terms of impact on coastal resources. So I just wanted to let you know that other eyes were on this in terms of impact to coastal resources.
thank you, Brian. Attorney Sachi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the late hour, I'm not going to do the typical go through all the standards of review. I'll just direct you to the application and to the standards that are applicable. and they are set forth in the old regulation, section 118-1450. And we've identified those both in our application and in the supplemental information that we've submitted. In addition, we, not only do we believe we comply with those, but we also believe we comply with the standards set forth in section 118-700 of the old regulations, which dealt with industrial uses in the industrial number 2 zone. And we identified those and responded to all of those. I'm happy to answer any other questions if you have them. We're certainly more than happy to work with staff in terms of, for example, the number of pile areas. If that's a concern, we can certainly work with staff on that. If the windows are windows that you would like to see permanently closed, happy to work with staff on that and revise plans at the time of submission of zoning permit. And other items that came across your desk this evening, we'd be happy to work with staff.
Attorney Suchi, is the building air conditioned?
Ms. Genovese, air conditioned? No.
I don't believe so, not this one, but you can ask Mr. Brenia. The other one, the other facility is air conditioned because there's a break room in that facility.
I'm told no, which makes me want to make one other comment, and now it just went out of my head. I'm sorry. Yes, given the type of work, just was with the other building, I'm sure that OSHA would be an agency that would have something to say or control over how the workers are, what the conditions are that they work under. Just like the other building, if respiratory masks are necessary, that might be something that OSHA would impose.
Anything further?
Thank you.
Okay, then we will close the hearing. And we'll move on to discussion of the proposal. Steve, I assume we have resolution to approve, resolution
Brian.
and resolution to deny. Let's start with the resolution to approve. Brian, we're certainly going to need that larger. While he's doing that, for purposes of discussing this, not for purposes at this point of actually approving it, but is there a motion to approve?
I make that motion.
Okay, Mr. Rowena has made the motion, and it's been seconded by Mr. Williams. Okay, let's take a closer look at the resolution.
And I can kind of walk you through some of these. So the number 2 here was, again, this was about the landscaping. So how we worded it was to keep the landscaping that would be closest to the street on that property line, since who knows what the building in the front, what will happen there. Perhaps that building goes away and then you can see to the back. So maybe it makes sense to have trees there. But to the north and to the east, we recommended going with bioswales or rain gardens, since you're not really screening that from anything in the back. So maybe this would be more appropriate for stormwater treatment. 3, Liz had said that they'd agree to this, was raising the structure to BFE +2 and the storage of the piles to BFE +2, which would be consistent with the new regulations of requiring that for structures in the flood zone. And it would also kind of be a little bit less of a headache for everybody and not subjecting them to flood budgets and things like that going forward.
On number 4, is there anyone who feels strongly that the roof should match the light color of the adjacent building?
Yes, if they're not putting solar on there or underneath solar, even like having that lighter color will help.
Well, they
with
are
heat
putting on,
island effect. Okay.
solar panels, so.
Great, yeah, but the light colored roofing will help with the heat island effect that Ms. Loricello raised.
Okay, any objection to that? No. Okay, so let's put in language to that effect, Brian.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, could we go
Yeah.
back to number 2?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And just want to clarify that if you install bioswales in a rain garden, my understanding of a rain garden is it does actually have a lot of vegetation in the rain garden. I mean, that's part of the purpose. It drinks up the water, the plantings that are there. So we are requiring plantings in the rain garden. Is that correct?
It'll be part of it, correct?
Okay, thank you.
So it won't be that large evergreen type screen that would, you know,
Right, but there will be some greenery.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on.
5 was in regard to the site access. We just wanted to maintain flexibility that the site, should you approve it, would function if that northern entryway were to ever be closed off. When we looked at this, DPW said that that northern entry is not the city's, but it doesn't appear as a private property on any maps. So in terms of who owns it, I don't know. So I'd like for us to have the flexibility that should the city close that off, that the applicant's site would still be able to function without it.
How can, if we don't know who owns it, how can that happen? Can you go back up a little bit?
Yes. So I
And,
think
like,
this is just to
Is it
maintain
weird
our-
that we don't know who owns a street?
Yeah, I think it is weird. I mean, this Public Works confirmed it's not the city's, so that would lead me to believe that it's private property. But if I'm like using my GIS maps, the GIS maps don't list it as its own parcel. So whatever it is, a driveway, an access way, whatever it is, I just wanted to maintain as much flexibility in the future for whatever the city wants to do on that stretch of the street.
Brian, just to state this back, it's to ensure that they continue to have access even if that northern drive becomes inaccessible in the future. Is that right?
Right, yep.
Thank you.
All right,
6 is.
Brian, go ahead.
6 is just dust prevention. The applicant had talked about doing just sort of like tarps and spraying down piles occasionally. This is to explore some more additional options in terms of actually putting like retractable awnings, which would be affixed, so that those could be open and closed as opposed to putting tarps on top. Automatic spraying of piles. So you're kind of relying less on, human error and more on like an automated system to help prevent some dust. Seven is just to prevent, for whatever reason, if somebody else had piles of stored material that they wanted to store somewhere, that we would say, no, you can't do that. It has to be material that's actually produced on site. Piles being 20 feet high was standard under the old regulations. And then lighting being dark sky compliant.
Do we need to add the no additional piles comment?
Yeah, I'd like to know.
I wonder if
how
we
many-
could give the staff some flexibility. For example, if they have a way of keeping those piles wet or covered with something other than tarps is suggested here, perhaps give the staff the flexibility to negotiate that with the applicant.
Well, it seems like that's about the actual regulation. Staff said it doesn't permit the storage of new material piles. So if they currently have X number of material piles and now they're going to have 8 more, it seems like there's more, unless they get rid of 8 of the X. I forget how many they currently have on the other side. It seems pretty cut and dry in the first memo. Is this the one where they sort of proposed the text amendment to rewrite something, or am I thinking about somebody else? Was like that part of the text, has that been there for years, or was that part of a recent rewrite?
Yeah, that was part of the industrial zone rewrite. Yep.
Okay.
And to be certain, we are operating here under the old regulations, not under the new regulations.
Correct. So that regulation regarding the no new piles would apply to this application.
Right.
Right.
Would it apply to an application that was submitted now?
Yes.
So that's consistent across both.
Yep.
Can you remind me how many current piles they have?
I don't know how many piles they currently have, so we'd have to state. Well, essentially the applicant would have to confirm how many piles they have, and then we would say no net increase.
Anna, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I mean, I don't,
All right, let's get
from
a
my
few-
read of the memo, I don't see how we wouldn't require that. Or,
well, let's get a feeling from the rest of the commission.
yeah,
What is your feeling that we limit the number of files to the existing number? Or that we give the staff some flexibility here?
My opinion is they're taking on a whole nother area of property in another building, so I think that staff should be able to work with them about how many piles they're gonna have.
Okay. Other comments?
Yeah, I disagree.
I would think as long as they maintain the height, like, and they're covered with a tarp or whatever covering.
It comes to slippery slope is the thing I worry about. I worry about the overtime enforcement of what those piles will actually look like. We may say what it is today,
Right.
but that's the problem that we have right now is
Can we,
a lack of enforcement on that front. So I worry about, I have a lot of worries here, but that's one of them. So with this.
can we ask for permanent, structure to go over the files?
Well, that would be interior storage, then they'd be storing in the same place that they're doing the work.
Yeah, I don't know how they would.
And then how would they do that? I mean, they could put like a lean-to or a portico or something, but if they're covered, it would seem logical.
So I do have a question. This kind of goes right back to the beginning. I know Brian did give a brief explanation in regards to the questionnaire, but I just need a further clarification as to why those missing answers on the questionnaires was allowed to go forward.
The missing.
You're talking about the CAM.
Yeah.
CAM app.
So for the camp, so so this application is a special permit / coastal area management plan. So a lot of this stuff, sorry, hold on one second.
Well, they went over it briefly, that there were other aspects of it that.
I just needed further clarification, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as part of the special permit application, a lot of those items are essentially duplicative. So they would have had submitted them, and they did under the special permit application, which addresses the CAM, that portion of the CAM application. And then as far as what actual coastal resources are on site were appropriately checked off by the applicant, which is all via the coastal area management map that is on file.
Is it standard to use the short form when there's a long form available?
So because it was a special permit and CAM application, the special permit portion of the application essentially acquires all of the information you would have needed for a long form. So technically they submitted a CAM application and special permit application, which meets the requirements for a CAM long form. If that makes sense.
It does, thank you.
I'd like to go back, let's go back to item 6 if we could. The language reads that additional dust prevention measures be explored, such as retractable awnings and automatic spraying of piles when such piles are not in use, be installed for each individual storage pile by the applicant and discussed with staff prior to the issuance of a zoning permit. Richard, is that the sort of thing you had in mind?
Well, again, I was thinking that you have to look a little bit at the applicant when you're listening to these applications. And, I sat on this board when Webb Construction first put their application. And I will admit, I gave them a hard time about the filtration system and all the rest of it. And as I understand it, they have lived up to everything they said they were going to do. There's no problems with their operation. They're utilizing a state-of-the-art system to take care of this. And, you know, I'm sure they have no difficulty in putting automatic sprayers or whatever on. The retractable tarp doesn't make any sense to me for a number of reasons. Yeah, JJ asked about the good neighbor policy, and I think these guys have shown that they are that. So my feeling is that they should work with staff on whatever makes the best dust prevention system, and I'm sure they'll do it.
You know, maybe add a clause as well to the, no more piles than is absolutely necessary, and then we can, if you want to go the route of having them work with staff, then we can sit down and talk to them and dig into their process even further and say, what's the maximum amount you need to function? And I think that's maybe what you're.
That makes sense.
I'm fine with that too.
I'm okay with that as well, though I'm not sure how that aligns against what the regulation says. I'm in support of that, but if I'm reading the regulation right, it's that it's only may relocate existing piles, and so that's where I'm like concerned on squaring that with like allowing new ones. Does that make sense?
So.
Okay,
So it's.
I
yeah,
see.
It would
Okay.
be, that would be the case if they were reconfiguring the existing lot and adding piles to it, I think would be more applicable, but since it's a.
Okay,
They're taking possession of that northern parcel.
Yeah.
And basically building a new facility
Right.
in that, there's piles associated, piles associated with that, so I. think
Okay.
that's what-
okay.
So
Uh,
because it's a different parcel, that part doesn't apply.
I'm sorry, what part doesn't apply?
So
The-
the regulation, so in the original staff response, they were saying, here's this problem. And then it wasn't mentioned in the follow-up response. Are you saying that you guys have determined it's no longer a problem because it's on a secondary parcel? Is
That's
that
the way- Yeah, that's the way I would view it, because it's, you could almost think of it as, two separate applications, two separate, you know, I know it's the same entity, but if it was two separate entities that were functioning and they each had their own operation, each one would have piles of some kind, or they, you know, maybe they don't have to, but they could potentially
Right.
have piles associated with whatever activity they're conducting. I think my big thing would be, I kind of agree with JJ too, is if ideally, if they could make the building bigger and put the piles inside, that would solve a lot of problems. But at the very least, they should be the minimum necessary for them to conduct their operations, because while I agree, we would back up with Attorney Such, she said, we have not had any complaints with, I mean, I remember when the rock crusher was proposed, there was a lot of trepidation about that application. But there's been no issues with that particular property, but that particular operator may not be there 10 years from now. You may have somebody else operating under that next same permit, and they may not be that same good actor, and we may have a lot of problems with that individual. So I think you want to have enough guardrails around the conditions so that we can, you know, if there becomes a problem, we have an enforcement mechanism to handle.
Right. Everyone may not agree, but we seem to have closure on that. Let's move on to the rest of the resolution. Brian?
All right, I'll just put that one into words, I think.
One thing that was raised that I don't think needs to be a condition, but you know, all the applicants here want to say, you know, appreciate the rain harvesting idea that was proposed and look forward to you guys being able to execute that on the future. But I don't think that needs to be a condition tonight.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah.
Okay, we have before us a resolution. We have a motion to approve. We have a second. Let's do a roll call.
Discussion first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick, go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I struggle with this one a lot. I struggle with this one mainly, the sins of our past are coming forward. We have heavy industrial in an area where there's a lot of residential and we're continuing going down this path of allowing, and granted, it's, you know, there's some pros here as well. I see that, and this site is better than the parking lot that what it is today. It's just, it's a hard, I mean, for me at least, I'm curious what other people feel like.
I concur.
I'm very conflicted on this one.
My feeling is slightly different, because it's moving in a positive direction. It is going to be better than it was. And particularly in that area of the city, I think we'd like to see change. I think a lot of us would like to see it happen quickly. I think it's more likely it's going to happen incrementally. And I'm pleased to see this incremental change for the better.
Yeah, regarding the traffic around like the new school and such, you know, I'm wondering, I don't know how to phrase it into a condition, but around trying to like shift the schedules or like try to not run as many trucks, you know, when school's starting and ending for the day, you know, trying to shift some of their routes they may run.
Well, can we do something like what is being proposed for Norton Place? That they make sure that they coordinate incoming and outgoing trucks in such a way that they minimize any overlap with the opening and closing of school?
Yeah, I would say that might be one to let us have a chat with them because we can't talk to them about it now.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
I don't know if their schedule is random where a guy shows up
right.
looking for material or it's on, we offer pickup between the hours of 11 and 2. So I think that's something we'd be happy to chat with them about. And if we can come to an agreement on that, that would be fine. I think that'd be a better way.
Okay,
I wish I had the idea earlier. so
yeah, then we could have,
Yeah,
we
but,
could have brought it up.
Brian, if that's something we could phrase into the conditions, yeah,
Sure,
it'd be a
yeah,
good conversation to have. Thank you. Nick, I don't know if that helps address any of the concerns, but yeah.
Well, you know, it's another positive step.
I do think you need to, if that's a condition you want to add, that whoever made the motion and seconded, you would need to accept that.
Right.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the language and then I'll ask Richard and Darius if it's acceptable.
Where's the new link though?
It's coming up.
In real time.
Just give it a second.
Hey, Brian's been ill. He's still recovering.
Still typing?
He's stuck. Have a truck deliver it. You can figure it out. I think it'd be maybe hours of truck operation,
Or staff trains.
Yeah, my
Not
worry
going-
with this is that just it's a private enterprise and no matter what, it's
Yeah.
not gonna, it's gonna be
yeah,
very. hard
not
to
coincide with
enforce and more
yeah.
change versus public entity that's gonna have.
school,
Right. On the other hand, again, you know, they've shown themselves to be good
Maybe-
actors
yeah.
and
I get that.
so if it's, my guess is if it can be done, they'll try to do it.
And let's face it, if you get stuck behind school buses, it takes you 10 times.
No,
as long
right.
to do it. So,
number 8 is the new condition.
Okay, Darius, Richard, is
I have
that
no
language?
objection to it. You can amend my motion.
Okay, Darius, the second amendment?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. We're ready to call the question.
Is there any more discussion?
It's asking if there's more discussion.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, well, I would just say that I too went back and forth on this application. It's certainly unique. I find that there are a lot of beneficial components were it to be approved. There are definitely drawbacks as have been mentioned as it pertains to the school being nearby and the route, the trucks, the scale of the trucks.
I've definitely went back and forth. However, the expansion of the use and does seem to be productive. And so we will see.
And without going into detail, I have gone over the requirements for the special permit. It's my feeling that the applicant has met the requirements.
Greg, do you want to do the call? I can do it if you. All right, I'll go ahead. I guess I'm voting in favor of the application. I'll start virtually. Ms. Stavachnik,
No.
Mr. Chapin, Mr. Bryce. Sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
I will support it with all the new conditions.
Mr. Cantor,
No.
Ms. Wells,
I should abstain. I wasn't here for all of the hearing.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Rowe. I'm going to abstain.
Am I next? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Lingalis
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
All right, I gotta remember what Sally was, so.
5 in favor, 2 noes,
And two abstentions.
2 abstentions.
522.
522.
Carries.
Okay. Let's move, it's
10-minute break.
No.
well, I think we should wait until we at least get through the second hearing, then we will take a 10-minute break.
Are we still on the 10 o'clock cutoff at this point, or?
Let's see how far we get. If it looks like we can finish it tonight, I'd like to push things a little bit later if we need to. The second hearing is 2024-11 SP CAM TR Sono Partners LLC, 25 and 31 to 35 South Main Street, District 2, Block 45, lots 12 and 13. Proposed construction of new extended stay hotel with 100 rooms, 8 stories, 85 feet plus or minus in height, building footprint of plus or minus 12,000 square feet. We have had the presentation of this matter. We have opened it to public comment, and it is now up to us to attempt to render a decision. So I'll open it up to.
Was there a presentation from the applicant in response?
I think the only thing outstanding was Attorney Wasatchi was gonna comment on.
Oh, my apologies.
Redevelopment agency
Right.
action and then any follow-up regarding what team.
That's right. One of the reasons we held this in abeyance is we hadn't had action from the redevelopment agency.
Mr.
Thank you,
Sean,
thank you,
just-
Mr. Chairman.
Just for the record, I wasn't at the previous one. I watched the video since it's not.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Liz Suchy, I'm a partner at Comrie, Torrance, Sandak and Hennessy, and I do represent the applicant, which was TR Sono Partners LLC. I don't think, unless you want me to just remind you of what the project was all about, I don't necessarily think it's necessary. Just wanted to state what occurred last night with the redevelopment agency and then also respond to comments that we received yesterday again from TMP. The redevelopment agency did meet last evening in connection with its jurisdiction over design review of the project. Both its design review reviewers, Frank Fish and Georges Jacquemart of BFJ were present. My client, Tom Rich, was present along with Colin Brothier of Binefield Architecture, Leonard DeAndrea of RVDI, the civil engineers, and also Neil Alinsky of the traffic engineering firm of SLR to answer questions and have further discussions about the project. The bone of contention with this commission and the redevelopment agency and TMP seems to continue to circle around the loop system that we've proposed for access and egress from South Main Street into the parking area under the building and then out further south on South Main Street. It is still our preference, and we mentioned this and hopefully forcefully with redevelopment agency last night to keep this loop system. We believe it, and we said, this is all what we shared with the redevelopment agency last night. We continue to believe that it's more efficient, would create fewer internal conflicts. There would be no interior three-point turns necessary. There is sufficient queuing, which was something that TMP raised. It offers a covered drop-off, and a commentary by our traffic engineer and others supported that contention. We still think that that's best. However, we recognize and appreciate that others believe that a one-way system would be better. Even though all seem to agree, including SLR and BFJ, that this is a low traffic generating hotel. We also suggested last night perhaps the ingress and egress be reversed, that you enter on the south side and exit on the north side, but that was not something that was deemed appropriate by redevelopment or its traffic consultant. So my client will abide by whatever decision the Planning and Zoning Commission makes. And reluctantly, if it is something that you deem appropriate to only have a one entrance and exit, we reluctantly would accept that as a condition, although we still do strongly believe that two-way is going to be better for guests and for others coming to the site. We do hope that we could, instead of having to come back before you, could work cooperatively with the staff, BFJ Redevelopment and TMP, as we explained to the redevelopment agency last night and as they requested, and not need to return to you to go over the plan and show that to you again, that instead we could have that discussion with staff, recognizing that this commission, if you deem it appropriate to impose that condition, would be the one we would have to move forward with. That was the outcome of last night's meeting. They held their meeting open. They did ask us to meet with TMP, their review consultants, zoning staff, and our consultants, and see what we can come up with. And that's where we left it.
Thank you.
So at this point, I don't think that I was given any time to summarize at the end. I think I have about a minute and a half comments to make, and if you'll indulge me, I'd like to do that. There's no need for me to rebut the comments that were made. That's already part of the record. So we've already responded to the intervener's petition. That is something that you have to act on tonight. The project, we believe, will blend into the harmoniously functioning area of South Norwalk, and that is part of the South Norwalk Main Urban Renewal Corridor Plan. And we also believe that this project recognizes economic and redevelopment it recognizes that economic and redevelopment initiatives can transform the urban core in older industrial areas. That's part of your plan of conservation and development, while at the same time encouraging private investment in the area. All of the matters that came before you that were suggested by the intervener and or other opponents, and those related to traffic, valet, competition, loading, the number of parking spaces, the waiver that was requested, the traffic, unsafe conflicts and crashes, queuing analyses, all of that we responded to in rebuttal last time. I would like to just remind you that many of the comments that we received just yesterday from TMP are recommendations, and you should consider them as recommendations, since that agency, while it provides information and guidance, it does not have standards or ordinances or requirements or rules that you can impose upon us. And even Mr. Travers' testimony indicated that TMP has been challenged by the council to adopt complete streets legislation and a design manual, and once TMP has completed that, they will be challenged to complete a Vision Zero plan. So there really isn't anything right now upon which we can base our designs from a TMP standpoint. We also wanted to mention that TMP also indicated to you during the hearing that they are not looking at the hotel operations, but their job is to look at the operation of the street. So some things such as queuing analyses and other, I think, are outside any ability of them to impose any sort of restrictions or make recommendations on those matters. Last but not least, since the hour is late again, we have submitted to you an application for special permit in CAM. We believe we comply with all the requirements in the special permit application standards of review, from density of buildings, stable traffic flow, availability of mass transit, availability and compatibility of utilities, adverse impact, signage, adequacy of yards, impact on neighborhoods, existing land use, proximity. All of these items are set forth in our application and have been confirmed compliance by the testimony by our respective consultants. Lastly, the coastal area management application also suggests that the use is consistent with the Coastal Area Management Act. And that also is part of our moving papers and has been identified and confirmed by the testimony of the experts. I have nothing further at this point. I thank you for the time that you've dedicated to this application. I know it's something that is weighed on many of you. I don't know if you have any questions of any of the consultants from the testimony last month or from the various documents that were submitted in response to TMP and other agencies. We'd be happy to answer those, but if not, we ask that this matter be closed tonight and hopefully that you can act this evening.
Thank you. We will then close the hearing and move on. I understand that we have two items we need to act upon. And I would seem to me the rational way to proceed is to begin first with the interveners petition.
Brian, can you pull up the resolution? Anti-competition.
Steve, can you explain to us in layman's terms what this means and why we're doing it?
Was hoping you were
The
gonna.
intervention petition, you mean?
Yeah.
I think the public would probably like to know what that is.
Sure. So, and then this will be a very layman's explanation too, for that matter. So that the intervener statute is a pretty broad statute. We've seen it. I mean, I've been doing this 25 years. I think I've seen it 2 or 3 times. The only one. Sure. Yep, that's fine. So the only time I believe I've seen it in Norwalk prior to this application was on One Cemetery Street. That was more so related to, which is where it's more typically applied for like environmental reasons, wetlands impact, something along those lines. This is taking it a different tack where they're saying there's this significant resource, which in this case is the historic buildings that will be taken down as a result of the redevelopment for the additional hotel. So you had, as part of the application, you had, obviously experts on one side stating testimony, you had experts on the other side stating counter testimony on the, relevant significance of this. This commission's role, though, is not involved in the demolition delay process. That's a separate process that's handled through the building department. That the applicant or the property owner could actually, the first building in question, which approved as a hotel expansion at least a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, that demolition process has already occurred in terms of the approval. So they can go ahead and knock that building down. They could seek to knock down the second building now, and this commission would not be involved with that process whatsoever. So they could go ahead and start from that. So your role really is to look at this as kind of a blank canvas and whether the special permit application presented is consistent with the special permit criteria or not. And then what this resolution is stating is kind of recognizing that there was this petition for intervention, but how it's drafted is that you're finding that it's doesn't meet the standards for you to do anything but act on the special permit application.
Everyone understand more or less?
Yes.
So if we can't approve this, then we can't move forward with taking action either for or against the hotel. So this is the first step in moving us forward to action on the hotel itself.
Well, if I could state, I'm in favor of the resolution, and if a motion is appropriate, I make that motion now.
I think it is.
I would also like to congratulate staff on saying this legally, how we're supposed to
I hope it was correct.
approve this resolution, because I would have said that the entire application was without merit myself. But this covers what we're statutorily supposed to say, so I move the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, and Darius is seconded. Further discussion?
Wait, you would have said that the entire intervenor?
Can you
Sorry,
repeat that, Aaron?
Anna, we couldn't hear you.
Switching on.
Yeah,
That's
I'm,
better.
sorry, it's bedtime, so I'm switching back and forth and running
That's
around.
okay.
But I've heard every word. Were you saying, Richard, that you would have said the entire intervenor application was without merit, or the entire hotel application was without merit?
No, the entire intervenor application was without merit.
Can you, I did listen, Steve, but I don't feel like I fully understand. Richard, can you explain why you felt that way?
And my feelings are really irrelevant, I guess. It was an editorial
okay.
comment.
Sorry.
Why?
Okay.
To hop in, I guess that a part of it was that the structure could not really be reused for a new use. So
Because they can do the demolition regardless of what happens here?
They totally, that was a point that they made.
I'm
I
sorry,
thought
can
there
you
was
speak
another
up?
person.
I don't think anybody can hear what you're saying.
Oh, I was saying they did make it pretty clear, the interveners, that those old buildings, if they were saved, could be repurposed successfully, and they had examples of similar situations where buildings like that have been repurposed.
Are you on the redevelopment board, Galen?
No,
No, okay.
No, but I think the point was also made by the applicant that essentially the buildings would have to be rebuilt at great expense and would no longer hold any significant historical value.
well, they had two different opinions.
Yes, as I said, that is what the app.
On both sides, and they have experts on
Yeah.
both sides, so it's a matter of which one you believe.
Well, yes, and frankly, I gave more credence to the applicant, especially since their attorney undercut, the attorney for in opposition undercut his entire argument when he first spoke and said, this is because we don't want the competition.
Well, I think the competition issue is beside the point.
I think so as well.
But I do think that I have sympathy for the intervener's position, because we have gone as a city to great effort to preserve the buildings in South Norwalk. It's as a historic district. You know, that was done years ago. All of those buildings are old, they're being preserved. And there were good arguments on both sides about whether or not those old buildings could be repurposed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't
I don't
disagree.
think we get out of hands saying what they were saying doesn't make sense. Now, whether or not,
Yeah, well, I don't think that was anyone's.
It seemed to me
intent.
that the discussion about whether those buildings had any value or not, one centered around what the physical condition of the building was and how original it was in terms of when it was first built. And the other one that was there on behalf of the intervener criticized that report by saying that they didn't talk about the historical aspect of it. Well, I didn't feel that that was relevant, because the issue was whether the building could be used again, economically feasible.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
maybe I shouldn't have said that it was without merit, but I believe that.
yeah,
I
well, they did.
probably shouldn't have said it, but
Also, when the initial application came before us, I believe that that was a part of the first.
a long part of the first,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes,
You're talking about the application from a year ago?
yes.
Yeah. So that was one thing. Wait, am I still unmuted? Yeah. Okay, that was one thing. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
That was one thing I was thinking about a lot through the testimony, and I'm pretty sure that I voted I was a vote probably for approval for last year's hotel. But I do remember the sort of the historic testimony from a year ago, and I just felt like it was so much stronger this time. And if they had made this argument last year, I wouldn't have voted for that hotel last year.
Because they were both on the same side last year.
Well, they're switching sides back and forth. There was a point where I thought, like, could we get rid of both hotels and just like put a nice restaurant? I don't know. But I thought the historical argument was much stronger this time, and it swayed me in that direction. If what this memo is saying is that it doesn't matter what the historical argument is, because they can already demolish both buildings anyway, then that's something
One
different.
building, there seems to be no question. They have authority. I think with the second building, there is a process they have to go through. And we really don't have a role in that decision-making. That I believe is between them and the state.
And this is just recognizing the intervener petition. Right. So, okay. How can we move forward at this point?
Yes, I think it's a two-step process. First, you act on the resolution regarding the intervention petition, and then I gotta act on the special permit.
Right.
There is a motion on the floor. I
Yes.
believe.
Yes.
You want to call the question?
Yes.
All right, again, let's do this with a roll call.
Ms. Tabachnik,
No.
Mr. Cantor?
Yes, yes, it's like you recognize me forward with the.
Yes, vote with the concurrence with the resolution. Ms. Wells?
All right, well, I'll go.
You want to pause? We can come back to you. Okay. Mr. Williams, thank you. Mr. Rowena?
Yes.
Ms. Lingallis?
Yes.
Mr. Bryce? Go to JJ.
Sure. If you don't-
Running out of people.
Yeah, sorry.
Ms. Jordan Byron?
I vote to move forward.
Okay, I'll come back to Ms. Wells.
Well, the yeses haven't. I just
So.
think it's a shame that the historic buildings are being destroyed, but I understand that we need to move forward.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that either.
So
Given the cards were dealt.
I guess I'll vote yes.
Mr. Bryce
Yes.
and Ms. Schulman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, now we move on to the special permit itself.
Sure, we have a resolution.
Right.
And there were a couple additions related to,
I want to agree with almost everything that Attorney Suchi said regarding the two entrances or entrance and exit. But I also want to say that I think for safety, and I think that's paramount here, we need to limit it to a single entrance exit. That any other configuration carries with it safety issues that I would not want to be responsible.
To be clear, Mr. Schulman, you're saying one way in, one way out. So it's two openings under the building.
No, one opening, one
One
opening.
One
Yes,
opening.
just one opening. I'm sympathetic to what she's saying. It's certainly, I think there's no question, it's better for operationally for the hotel. It's better for the clients of the hotel. But I think that all gets trumped by the safety issue.
You know, that's funny because I came to the exact opposite conclusion. I walked down there. I looked at the gigantic entrance exit that's in the existing hotel. And I wondered to myself, at my advanced age, if I was walking down that sidewalk, would I rather scoot across a 12-foot entranceway that I know the traffic is only going in one direction, or 30 feet or maybe more that I'm not sure what direction it's coming from. And I felt like, I think I would rather have the two myself, but I'm not a traffic expert, but I am sympathetic, as you said, to the presentation as to the interior management of the hotel. I just feel like it is better for pedestrians.
I think that I think internally for the hotel, and I think I agree with the chairman completely that for internal operation of the hotel, it makes more sense for them. But given the location of the existing entrance for the existing hotel, you're putting the exit for the new hotel right next to that. So you're adding length to that crossing and you're going to have conflicting turning vehicles. So you could have a vehicle exiting left out of the existing hotel and somebody going right out of the new entrance with pedestrians right in the middle. So you're going to have crossing traffic right on the sidewalk, which I
But
think.
there is a pretty good space between where those entrance and exits would be, but I don't necessarily disagree with you.
I'm just thinking about, when you're driving in an urban environment and you're coming out of a parking garage, there's a lot of distractions as it is, and it's all sometimes a narrower space than exiting it out with a traffic light and a controlled environment. You have many more distractions and things you're worried about and focusing on, so I think there's just more conflict points that way.
And you have the perpendicular street too.
Right.
That's giving more
Yes.
complications to this.
In the proposed crosswalk, that's going to be right there as well. And yeah.
Tammy, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I've thought about this too and driven by, but you don't walk by.
That's
To be honest, but I've driven by many times and I've walked on the sidewalk before. And I was thinking about this as from the safety point of view. If there were a fire in the building, how would the people that were inside feel about getting out? I also walk in New York City a lot, and I was thinking about curb cuts. We were talking about curb cuts over on West Avenue. And there's so many curb cuts in New York, and people just walk by. I mean, I don't know that there are more people run over in New York, and we have certainly far fewer pedestrians out here. So I was looking at it from a little bit of a different angle. I mean, I've only driven in the existing hotel garage once, dropped somebody off. I drove in, I drove out. But to me, people don't know how to back up. Everybody has reverse cameras, but
In New York, you see 4 curb cuts within like 50 feet of each other. You really don't. That's the thing. You might walk a full block and have 2, right? Or a side street and have
Park
an
and
avenue and
Madison
one.
or Lex. I mean, they're bigger sidewalks. and
Yeah,
bigger
that's the
spaces.
thing just to keep in mind too, of what we're.
But there are more people in there too, like.
Sure, that forces people to slow down. Where here, the less people is actually the problem, if people are not necessarily anticipating people, and therefore going to drive a little more erratically, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Is my concern.
Wasn't this a recommendation of TMP?
Yeah.
Yes.
So they're they have considerable knowledge about the matter.
Yeah, they recommended just one.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it is with the street across the intersection of Haviland Street, it is a little bit tricky.
On the note of the fire egress, I did notice they do still in their plans have the stairwell right there, right where that exit is currently proposed. But so it does seem that that's not going away. Just wanted to call it out because that was the other thing you had raised, and I noticed that and thought of that as well in the plans.
All right, apart from that issue, we do have a resolution. Let's, is there a motion to approve, again, for purposes of getting it in front of us? Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Okay, so Darius moves, Tammy seconds. Let's pull up the resolution. One more.
Me too.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, the first 2 are kind of boilerplate, and the third one
Cool, the third
is carry over.
I'm glad the third one made it in there. That's good. Not the neural, I didn't hear it on the conversation.
Just hope it looks good.
That's
For
the
it to be
little
approved.
lapse.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going, Brian.
Scroll down, Brian.
Wake up, Brian.
He might be.
He may be working with his two daughters.
Yeah, I think that's. And the red is language, more recently added. I think we got it out to you guys back based.
Yes.
on, some TMP recommendations as well as dealing with the status based on the redevelopment agency action. So I think that's one question for you guys to consider is that they're gonna have to come back and modify that facade to, because there won't be two curb cuts anymore, there's one. Is that something redevelopment's gonna wanna see that? It's a question for you. Do you want them to come back
Yeah.
and show you that?
Yes.
or- Yeah, that's
It'd be great if they can take the facade from one of the buildings that we're talking about.
Yep.
Just flip it over and they have some of the preservation there in it.
Or at least the cornice. Yeah, 'cause I
Some
think
of
I think that was
That's
the,
what you asked last time.
I think that was the one salvageable
Unlike
or
half
potentially
built,
salvageable.
half not built.
Just remove the layers of paint in the decades. Yeah.
I've had boats like that.
One thing I think was in the TMP memo, I'm trying to remember which document it was in, but had talked about during construction, making sure that that sidewalk remained accessible so pedestrians didn't have to cross the way around and go back around and kind of do a snake.
think-
Did that make it in here?
Yeah, I think under. I think right where Brian's got it. I'm
No, you
just.
have it in
see. Yeah, so 13, yeah.
Yep.
11C and then 13 for the ones we just talked about.
Brian, on 12, do we need to note in the front of the building? That was mentioned also last time, like there's a preference for being seen, was very within. I don't know if that matters here or not. I'm making sense.
Can you say that again, Nick?
There was with the using of the salvageable pieces, like there's elements of like, do you put it on the front of the building or try to build it into the front of the building? Or is it like some people throw it in the lobby and say, hey, we reused it in the lobby? Do we have a preference of trying to make it part of the front, the facade of the building over?
I think they have it in as an interior.
Yeah.
I just don't think it works
Okay,
based on the building design or
gotcha.
that's why I think they're.
Okay.
It's like a formatting thing, but just note that this should be 15. Actually, it should be 16. This should be 15.
But Steve, could you please just give a better description of what F make windows at the second floor punched and provide a solid base on ground floor windows? Can you give us a little description of what that means?
Brian.
Or Brian?
I think
What's a
that's,
punched
that was a
window?
recommendation within the report from the peer review architect. So I think that's what specifically referenced to.
It's like some type of
Like
a
it.
review or framing or what?
What
Does that mean?
by punched, I'm sure it's like, means like an indentation kind of. to
Yeah.
give it
Yeah.
like a bit of.
Reveal.
A little more
So
like,
like
yeah,
reveal.
articulation. Yeah.
Like not like
exactly.
some cheap window.
Yeah,
Right.
and if you want us to specify, we can reference the peer review, but I think she's already done that, the peer review report. Yeah, it's dated up at the 15 in the beginning of the condition.
All right, Brian, let's keep moving. Okay. All right. Okay, discussion?
I mean, I'm definitely in favor of this. We want a vibrant community with people. This is a good way to bring people into the area to help with keeping the economy in the area. That's, that's unfortunate because, the buildings have some history to it. A lot of buildings have history to it. They haven't been maintained for decades and then all of a sudden here we are. So I'm certainly in favor of this because I think it's really going to bring more people into the area. Businesses.
And
I would like to see a historical plaque from commemorating the building that's being torn down.
Agreed. I think that was one of the conditions, if I read correctly. Am I getting that right?
Right, if you can pull it back up.
Sorry,
Have it on.
because I also wanted that. I think I
Yeah.
saw that in one of our conditions there, so I just want to make sure that's. Yes, it's in 12. Yep.
Right.
Thank you for raising it.
And again, I went over the requirements for the special permit. And in my view, they meet all of the requirements for the special permit. Without my going into detail, that long list. Are we prepared to vote on this, or are there further comments?
I just wanted to be noted that I had to leave one of the meetings where this did come up early, but I did rewatch the meeting.
All right, thank you for that, there is. Anna, you're all alone at home. Is there anything you want to say?
I'm very torn about this project. I've sort of gone back and forth throughout all of the presentations. Hard for me when a lot of material is presented and I'm going back through the website and try to reread things and remind myself. Yeah, I'm very torn, and that's where I am. But I appreciate the feedback from everybody and their opinions. I do agree with bringing more people to the area. I think given that they already have a demolition permit for the first building, I think I would prefer to see like a smaller hotel, like more of a boutique thing. I know. But I don't know. I'm literally right now still reading. So go ahead, do your votes.
Okay. All righty. Any other comments? All right, again, let's do a roll call on this.
Sure, and I'll let Ms. Stavachnik go towards the back. So Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
Ms. Langallis,
Yes.
Mr. Bryce,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
Ms. Stavachnik,
Abstain.
and Mr.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're now going to, it's 10:31.
8:30.
8:31, pardon, jeez. It just feels like 10:30.
Yes, don't ask what it feels like.
We'll get back together at, let's,
8:40.
8:40? Okay, 8:40 it is.
Want to pick up the rest of the meeting?
And, again, I will explain, how we conduct the hearings. The applicant, will, typically, gives a presentation, regarding what it is, they're planning. Once that presentation has been completed, and in the case of this project, that presentation has been completed, we open it up to the public. We began that process last week. I am hoping that we can complete that process this evening. So we will go right into public comment. When everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity, if it's not too late, we will then give the applicant an opportunity to respond to what they've heard from the public. We, as members of the commission, will have an opportunity to ask further questions. And then we would close the hearing and move on to action. Whether we can accomplish all that this evening will be dependent on just how much public comment there is. Again, if you're going to speak, we ask that you give us your name and your address. With that, I will say that I had a request from an attorney who represents ENA, asking that we delay or postpone this hearing. We did extend this hearing to this evening. I see no reason to delay it further. As I pointed out last week, this is not even a special permit, and I say it that way because we have much more control over the decision-making of a special permit than we do when it comes to a site plan review. With that, we'll try and go back and forth for people who are on Zoom and members of the public who are here this evening. Why don't we, you wish to begin? Okay. What I'll ask each time is for those of you in the audience who wish to speak, to just raise your hand, and at random I'll select someone. After CC speaks, we'll ask for someone who's on Zoom to speak.
Thank you,
Please,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chairman. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Diane CC, Olmsted Place, and representing East Norwalk Neighborhood Association. I am not using this moment for my time to make public comment. Rather, I wish to introduce the expert consultants that were engaged by the East Norwalk Neighborhood Association to make their presentations to you regarding the traffic analysis and the air quality report. I also want to point out to you that Attorney Green is not participating tonight for several reasons. One, he had prior commitments with depositions, but also Mr. Schulman, I hope that you're aware that he actually submitted a second letter requesting another continuation. And that was based on the fact that within the past 36 hours, there's been multiple documents and responses to previously submitted information. It does not pass the litmus test of fundamental fairness that these documents would be presented to the public with virtually no opportunity to review them, understand them, research them, and for the people that we have hired and paid to actually be able to respond to those. And that was the basis of the second letter to request a continuation of this evening's hearing to next week. And so I will also request that. I also would ask that you and the commissioners take into account that the East Norwalk Neighborhood Association is a small nonprofit volunteer board. The residents that we represent in East Norwalk, for the most part, are working class folks who have neither the time nor the funds and the resources to be able to hire tons of experts and legal folk. We are blessed and grateful that the attorney and the two experts you'll hear from tonight were gracious enough to extend very decent courtesy discounts to us to be able to take advantage of that. What I wanted to suggest, Mr. Chairman, is that I be able to introduce them so that they can make their presentations to you. And then following them, you would do the alternating public comment. And I wanted to reserve some time at the end for the ENNA board statement, kind of to wrap things up.
That's all fine.
Thank you very much. So let's see if we can do this here. First up will be, if they're on Zoom, if you can bring over or unmute Michael Monteleone. He's with Simcoe Engineering. He is who we engaged to do the traffic review for the tie and bond and AKRF peer review. Mr. Monteleone will introduce himself and go through his bio and his credentials. And then following that, you can, if you have questions, that's fine. And after that, I wish to introduce our civil engineer for air quality report.
Hold on. Point of order, Mr. Schulman.
Yeah.
We're not asking, we can't.
No, we're not.
We cannot ask questions.
No, we will listen respectfully and carefully to what everyone has, what each person has to say. But this is not a dialogue between speakers and us.
Okay, I realize that with the general public, but because they're testifying as experts to documents that were presented by the applicant, I didn't know if you have the right to do that or if you,
I don't believe we
If you
do,
do.
so we won't.
thank you.
Did he come over?
I don't,
Okay, can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Michael Monteleone. I'm a senior vice president at Simcoe Engineering, located in New York City, 104 West 40th Street, Suite 433, New York, 10018. I have 36 years of traffic impact analysis experience. And based on a review of the available traffic reports and data, I offer the following observations. In terms of the traffic that's assigned to the transportation network, a review of the applicant's vehicle assignment shows that there are several areas that should be addressed and reanalyzed. The applicant identifies in the traffic impact study that the projected routes of traffic entering and exiting the site are based on existing traffic patterns within the study area, previous traffic studies for the site, and roadway layout. If this site was being redeveloped for a local
Can we ask the
business,
speaker to back off his microphone a little bit? I'm having some real trouble.
Sure, either that or we can turn the volume down. Please, go ahead.
oh, sure, sorry, yeah, sorry about the inconvenience. So if this site was being redeveloped for a local business like an Applebee's or a supermarket with a 5-mile radius catchment area, the local trip assignment that was used in the study would be reasonable. However, a significant portion of the staff projected to work at the site will be relocated from the existing work sites in the region. The catchment area will most likely accommodate non-local relocated employees. I don't feel it's unreasonable to assume that some of these employees would travel as far as 50 miles from the site, from the south in New York and north to New Haven, and would travel great distances to get to the proposed site, especially as they're being relocated. As a result, the trip assignment used was based on local travel patterns is flawed. Some examples. The applicant shows only 25% of the site traffic would use East Avenue, which is very low as it's the gateway to I-95. Conversely, 10% of the traffic is assigned to Beacon Street, a local street, is extremely high for regional traffic. 20% is assigned to Strawberry Hill Avenue, north of I-95, which is also extremely high for regional traffic. The combination of vehicles assigned to Beacon Street and Strawberry Hill Avenue is higher than East Avenue. That does not make sense to me. And then 15% of the traffic south and west of the study location out to Van Zant is also extremely high for regional traffic. Normally, when you perform trip assignments, local traffic patterns may be acceptable in lieu of specific user data. However, in this case, the MTA knows a good portion of which employees are going to be relocated to the proposed site. It has been purported by the applicant that 100 of the employees, 2/3, would be new. This seems like a lot of new employees to hire. Unless the applicant knows for sure that the new employees will come from within a 5-mile radius of the proposed site, the current local trip assignment still does not make any sense. As a reasonable alternative, the applicant should use zip code data, obviously no names or addresses of the employees, of the proposed relocated staff that would be provided by the MTA to determine where these employees currently reside and base the assignment on more accurate data. It is likely that using the staff zip code data will significantly increase the use of the East Avenue corridor which we feel is very underrepresented in the traffic impact study, to access I-95 by commuters to and from the site. As a side note, the applicant has proposed trailblazer signs from the site funneling traffic to I-95 using East Avenue. Okay, in terms of the trip generation, according to the proposed MTA operations plan, the transportation maintenance terminal is expected to have approximately 150 employees, 120 work crew, and 30 supervisors, managers, with most of the staff projected to work between 7 a.m. and either 3 or 3:30 p.m. Although higher than MTA operations plan generation, the traffic impact study does not account for the potential reasonably worst case scenario in terms of trips. The trip generation used in the traffic impact study relies on the MTA's assumption that the shift times for most of its staff will be between 7 a.m. and either 3 or 3:30. This assumption moves most of the vehicle trips out of the AM and PM peak hours as identified in the traffic impact study. Well, what if the start time for some or all of these staff moves only 30 minutes or even 60 minutes to 7:30 or 8 a.m.? That would move a significant amount of traffic into the peak hour. Once the site opens, there's no guarantees that someone at the MTA or Metro North could change these staff hours. As a way of comparison, in looking at the work shift, 80%, the TIS assumes that 80% of the traffic coming in the morning, 120 employees, comes before the peak hour, between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. And only 20% of it comes between 7 and 8, which is the peak hour. What the TIS did is that they used the approved manufacturing, which increased the number to 79, which is 53% of the total number of new employees, which is still relatively low. What we're suggesting in the AM is that the traffic impact study look at what if 75% of the 120 comes in between the 7 to 8 o'clock AM hour. That would give you 120 total vehicles entering, not all, but 120, which is 80%, come in during the AM peak hour. And then similarly in the afternoon, the applicant projects that 30 employees, which is 20%, would come before 3 p.m., between 2 and 3, which is before the hours of operation that they're proposing in the study. That doesn't seem to make any sense. And then it's kind of drip and drab, where between 3 and 4, they're assuming 80% would leave, which is 53%. 30 would leave between 4 and 5, which is 20%. And 5 to 6 p.m., which is 10, would be 7%. So because of all this division of when people are leaving the site over a 4-hour period, it minimizes how much traffic is being projected in the PM peak hour. So what the applicant did is they used the approved manufacturing, which is 84, which is 56% of the employees, to analyze the 5 to 6 p.m. We're suggesting that, again, if there's no wiggle room in what the applicant is proposing. If anything changes, even with a half hour, the whole trip gen blows up. So what we're suggesting is that between 4 and 5, which would be a 4 o'clock close, we're saying that 80% of the traffic would travel during the 4 to 5 period, which isn't even the peak hour of the area. It's an hour before, and we think that would make more sense in terms of doing the traffic analysis, which would then take into consideration the what if factor if the schedule would change by 30 minutes, which is not inconceivable. So the feeling I have in representing the community group is that, unfortunately, once the application is approved by the commission, the local residents would be severely limited in available remedies if the staff schedule changes and the number of vehicles produced by the proposed project is significantly higher than the AM and PM peak hours than what is estimated by the MTA and the applicant. A traffic study performed 6 months after opening is fundamentally flawed. How can you separate traffic generated by the applicant and other projects in the area without tracing every vehicle through the network or interviewing every employee on their travel patterns? You can study all these intersections, but what does it mean? You don't know what is contributing is from the site versus other locations. It's relatively meaningless. It is strongly recommended that the applicant revise the trip generation using the reasonably worst case scenario in terms of trips during the peak hours of the generator, which are 7 to 8 a.m. and 4 to 5 p.m., reflecting an 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. work schedule and a revised trip assignment relative to the relocated employees. It is more likely that congested East Avenue, which is not part of the current TIS, would meet the threshold of 25 new peak hour vehicles based on the city's impact and access study guidelines, and traffic analysis would be needed in this busy corridor if the trip assignment and trip generation were modified as recommended. Any additional operational impacts beyond what is discussed would need to be mitigated. In conclusion, the TIS conducted by the applicant does not satisfactorily address the identified deficiencies as a result of the proposed development. Accordingly, it is our professional opinion that the applicant has failed to furnish an evidentiary basis upon which the commission can find that the site traffic shall not adversely affect pedestrian or vehicular safety, nor can it find that the project won't increase traffic congestion to an unacceptable level of service, all as required pursuant to the zoning regulations of the city of Norwalk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I realize the audio was a little rough there, but hopefully you understood that. I also want to remind the commissioners that the document that was produced by Mr. Monteleone was in the paperwork that was presented to you by staff. Hopefully you've had a chance to read it, but you can review his comments here as well. At this time, we'd like to introduce Dr. Devki Desai. She's going to, and again, her report is part of your records. There may be some new material you'll hear because within the past 24 hours, they were also provided with documents that we hadn't seen yet that need to be responded to, some of which cannot be analyzed and responded to in time for tonight. And that's part of the reason why we asked for a continuation. Dr. Desai will introduce herself and present her credentials. And may share her screen and come on screen as well, if she'd prefer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Devki Desai. I'm a practicing civil engineer licensed in the state of California. And the residents of East Norwalk requested that I conduct an air quality review of the application for Norton Place from the MTA and the supplemental use because the applicant's consultant decided not to evaluate the impacts of vehicular pollution generated by their site on the community. I provided a report which is on the webpage. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it, but if not, I will go over the implications and some of the methods used. So I will start with the applicant's environmental report. The applicant's environmental report states that the planned MTA activities would not be expected to generate any particulate matter. What this statement means is that they believe that the vehicular exhaust from their employee and fleet vehicles does not belong to them. They see this as an externality which is to be supported by the surrounding community. This is somewhat typical of a developer's mindset, a point of view. However, it is unfortunately not the case. Those emissions do belong to them, and that's why we are doing the study. So this study was done using line source models. Line source models apply Gaussian steady-state plume distributions around sources such as roadways, and they model the movement of these concentrations of pollutants during daily or annual averaging periods, and they take into account the varying wind direction data over the course of the chosen averaging time period. To give you a high-level overview before we jump into the details, The residential properties surrounding Norton Place and Norwalk in general are currently, Norwalk in general, Fairfield County, it's currently non-attainment for ozone. It's non-attainment for the EPA National Ambient Air Quality Standard for ozone. So hopefully we are aware that within non-attainment areas, the goal is to implement strategies by which sources of these pollutants can be reduced. The EPA air quality standard for PM 2.5 was revised very recently. In fact, it's hot off the presses. The PM 2.5 standard of 9 micrograms per cubic meter went into effect on May 6th, 2024. And in light of the applicant's response to my report, I just want to state that May 6th, 2024 is in the past. In case you've had a chance to look at their response, they claim that these air quality regulations have not gone into effect. However, they have. So at this point, I want to review the report. You can feel free to open it on your screens if you so choose. So for some background for the residents in attendance tonight, as well as the Zoning Commission, the Stamford Norwalk Bridgeport region is non-attainment for ozone, as we discussed, and it has been consistently shown to have the highest air pollution levels in the state of Connecticut for PM 2.5 as well. The applicant states that the PM 2.5 pollution levels have been decreasing. However, in the Norwalk area, they have not. They have actually increased from 20 to 21 micrograms per cubic meter in terms of daily averages. There are some other areas in Connecticut. The Norwalk area used to be actually the most polluted in Connecticut for PM 2.5. This has changed not because our pollution has gone down, but because the pollution area in areas such as Waterbury, Danbury, and New Haven has gone up to rival ours. So taking a closer look at this particular community, the residential neighborhood in the area between East Avenue, Strawberry Hill, and I-95 faces levels of PM 2.5 that are about 14% higher than the background levels found in Norwalk. And the majority of this is due to proximity from I-95. This means that areas of these communities are experiencing annual average levels. If you model air quality at the level of a neighborhood and include line sources, you're going to see values that exceed the EPA's ambient air quality standard for PM 2.5. In terms of attainment areas, those are much larger areas. So we are in attainment for PM 2.5. However, at a granular scale, there may be areas that do exceed the EPA air quality standard. In order to communicate this to the public, the EPA has a combined ozone PM 2.5 air quality index. And if you refer to my appendices, you can see that this frequently falls within the range of unhealthy for sensitive groups. I looked through the applicant's response to my report, and they stated that I will go into greater detail later. They stated that the EPA's air quality indices have no merit. However, I want to assure you that they do have merit. They are designed to communicate the somewhat esoteric concentrations of PM 2.5 and ozone to the public in terms that the public will understand, such as healthy and unhealthy. So looking at the impacts of this development, all of the vehicular trips that were used as an input to my study are directly from the application itself. That's 480 additional MTA vehicle trips, 324 supplemental use vehicle trips. We have 38 additional MTA daily truck trips. So what we do with this information is we can calculate a multiplier to the ADT on these roadways and a multiplier for the truck proportions on these roadways. And we can apply these to the line sources in our model. And just another note about the line source model used. The model used here is called C-Line, and this is the exact same software that the EPA themselves uses to evaluate fine scale pollution as it relates to roadways and communities. So moving on. A development-generated traffic does, of course, increase the airborne PM 2.5 concentrations. This is contrary to what the applicant's report stated in their statement that they have no effect on airborne pollution, especially PM 2.5. What we find here, using the line source emission software, that there is definitely an impact. It would increase the airborne PM 2.5 concentrations by approximately 3% along the residential properties and senior care facility near the Norden Place site. This area is already experiencing PM 2.5 concentrations higher than the EPA ambient air quality standard. Common sense would suggest let's not add to the air pollution in this area. Let's try to subtract from it. So I just want to leave you with that. Moving on. The previous proposal that we saw was significantly worse, I would say, in terms of its impact on the local PM 2.5 concentrations, but we went over that several years ago, so we won't discuss that again. The EPA standard has changed since then. The development-generated traffic will also increase annual average NO2 concentrations by up to 6% in Strawberry Hill. The reason I'm mentioning this, and I just want to take a moment to check whether you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. The reason I'm mentioning nitrogen dioxide is because this is an ozone precursor, and we do have an area here that is non-attainment for ozone. And so we would, of course, see this nitrogen dioxide concentration increase by up to 6%. Of course, this varies depending on which roadway you're evaluating and what your assumptions in terms of percentages of traffic on each roadway are. As Michael mentioned, there are some issues with the way the applicant's report made assumptions about percentages of traffic on certain roadways. But depending on what your assumptions are, you are certainly going to see an increase. I stated my assumptions in this report, and you can see the results based on those assumptions in the appendix. So the impact of proposed development at pedestrian scale, I'll touch on this briefly because the applicant's response to my report does as well, and I'll go into it in further detail later. But when we talk about EPA ambient air quality standards and limits such as 9 micrograms per cubic meter, that's much, much lower than the concentrations of PM 2.5 in the air that a pedestrian would experience. For example, if you're a pedestrian walking along a major roadway, you're going to experience PM 2.5 concentrations at least an order of magnitude higher than that. You may ask, why are the annual averages so low? The annual averages are low because they average the concentration in the air over a much larger spatial distribution than simply a sidewalk. We take our granularity as a lot more granular than that. Also, it averages the concentration over the course of a day, a month, and a year. So sometimes you'll have heavy traffic on the road, sometimes you'll have no traffic on the road. So the purpose of these national ambient air quality standards, particularly the annual average standards, is to allow development. So I want you to keep that in mind, is these standards are designed to allow development. So if we are exceeding these standards, that should be a red flag. That should be a reason to stop and think about how maybe a development could be adjusted, especially in a non-attainment area. So I'll mention some federal standards and city goals. There are some conflicts with neighborhood, city, and regional scale objectives that I have seen. I reviewed the East Norwalk TOD plan, a pedestrian-centric village district. I reviewed the statement set forth by the mayor of Norwalk, the intention to turn Norwalk into Connecticut's greenest city. I've reviewed Norwalk Bike Walk objectives. This proposal, and just more generally, proposals to increase traffic to an industrial development that is buried deep within residential communities, and the access is only through those communities, generally is counter to these other city and regional objectives I've reviewed that come out of Norwalk. So there are some other, my environmental review was very limited in scope. I only considered PM 2.5. I barely looked at ozone. As the ENNA mentioned, we are limited in time and funds in terms of what the residents can really support, especially when we are receiving submittals from the applicant in the hour or two before hearings. So I do want to mention there are a lot of environmental concerns that I didn't look at that should have been looked at. That includes a closer look into the degraded stormwater runoff. If you look at satellite imagery of Norwalk, it's clear that there are clear ecological concerns at Norden Place. It's also going to be a heat island concern. My report doesn't cover these, but I would recommend you consider them. The other really important piece of this puzzle is the access to Norden Place forces traffic through residential streets that also serve sensitive populations. And this is a concern when you think about environmental justice. So before I get into specific line-by-line responses to the applicant's response to my study, I do want to mention some constructive criticism that perhaps the applicant can take into account. If the applicant had provided efforts to use an electric fleet of vehicles for their own fleet and perhaps for employee shuttles, and if the applicant had recommended that their employees take the MTA to the existing East Norwalk station, and that they would shuttle these employees using an electric shuttle from the East Norwalk station to Norden Place, then this air quality review would not have been necessary. So there are several measures that the applicant could have taken to mitigate, prevent, or even eliminate the pollution from vehicular traffic to their site, and we see none of those in their proposal. So if this is a plan review, I would recommend you consider requesting that the applicant make these changes, because once something is approved, it's very difficult to make the changes after the fact. So now I want to address the applicant's responses to my report and some of the questions that came in from the community as well. One question that came in from the community that Diane relayed to me is, how would a development like this, or maybe other subsequent developments that are proposed, how would it affect residents in areas such as Heron Road, which are due west of Norden Place? The prevailing winds do vary by month and time of day. However, they do come from the west. And this area would be downwind of 100% of the traffic to the MTA facility, regardless of what route they choose to take into Norden Place. So residents of these areas, I did a couple simulations. It would increase their PM 2.5 air pollution by around 3%, between 3 and 4%. So there would be a material impact on their properties. There would be material impacts along properties along Strawberry Hill Avenue, the same order of magnitude, about 3% as well, increase of PM 2.5 on their properties. And these are privately owned properties. And while we're discussing privately owned properties, I just want to put this into perspective for the residents and the zoning committee. is East Norwalk residents cumulatively own $500 million with a B dollars worth of real estate surrounding the residential arteries into and out of Norden Place. By comparison, Norden Place itself only has a market value of about $80 million. When air pollution has been shown by numerous studies to have inverse relationships with property value, from a city scale vantage point, why would one jeopardize the appreciation of a $600 million asset, which generates tax revenue, in an attempt to utilize an $80 million asset, which is privately owned and provides no direct services to the community? So that is just a question I want to ask. I'm not asking for a response. But that is often illustrative of how residents feel. So moving on to some other environmental impacts, which I cannot go into detail, but there is a history to this site from an environmental perspective. I just want to make sure that the residents are aware of this as well. The Norden Company, which occupied this site from 1961 to 2013, which was subsequently owned by Westinghouse and Northrop Grumman. The activities of this company did contaminate Norwalk groundwater with trichloroethene, tetrachloroethene, cis-1,2, dichloroethene, and vinyl chloride. As the applicant's engineering consultant stated, a lid is present on the site over these contaminated materials. And as the applicant's environmental consultant stated, this site requires ongoing monitoring. I'm mentioning this because it is relevant to environmental justice concerns when you have a community in close proximity to multiple different types of contaminants, whether there be air pollution or water pollution. As you can understand, the location of an industrial site in the heart of a residential neighborhood has always been highly problematic for these reasons. So without going into further detail about that, I will respond to the response from SLR. I wasn't given much time to prepare this response, but that is okay. So I'll go line by line. This project cannot be concluded to, this is their statement. SLR states, and this is from the applicant, this project cannot be concluded to potentially create an exceedance of a national ambient air quality standard, which is neither intended nor designed to apply to a small-scale traffic pattern changes or facilities without air pollution emissions from documented and well-defined sources. So the response here is the EPA, which develops these air quality standards, themselves use line source modeling to evaluate the impact of emission sources, such as vehicular traffic, on air quality. The program used here, C-Line, is the same software that EPA uses to evaluate what-if scenarios for changes in emissions due to traffic volume, fleet mix, and vehicle speeds. These are straight-line Gaussian models which take into account annual patterns and wind directions. Line source models apply Gaussian steady-state plume distributions around sources such as roadways and model the movement of these concentrations using daily or annual averaging periods. So in their next comment, the applicant states, the purview of Norwalk Planning and Zoning is not to evaluate potential impacts on air quality. It is the responsibility of CTDEEP. So the response here is the residents of Norwalk are well within their rights to contract their own consultants who do not stand to financially benefit from the development to review the development critically for impacts to their property and their quality of life. The applicant states in their response, EPA and CTDEEP work under laws, regulations, and policies that were developed from decades of work and experience in characterizing emission sources, measuring ambient air quality at multiple scales, forecasting air quality impacts, implementing programs to protect human health. The arguments presented in the consultant's letter are not in line with established guidance of the regulatory framework. So my response to this is there are several fundamental misunderstandings in the applicant's response. First, they attest that the change to local traffic is too small to make a difference in local air quality. However, this is not the case, and we can mathematically model this, and I have. You can review the results in the appendix of my report. The applicant states in their response that this project will overall provide the MTA and MNR with the necessary support to decrease potential air pollution from mobile sources on major throughways such as Interstate I-95 and small residential streets by providing a larger number of consistent, well-maintained public transportation options. So my response to this is overall, this project may very well have a net positive impact on air quality in the region. However, it is a very legitimate environmental justice concern that the negative impacts of this development would fall entirely on the shoulders of a diverse population and a sensitive population, such as senior citizens in an assisted living facility in the immediate vicinity of a maintenance location. This is the tenet of environmental justice, of who benefits from a project and who experiences the adverse impacts of a project. Their comment, the applicant's comment via SLR is, quote, the consultant provided numerous assertions based on line source modeling without information with which to conclude that the right model inputs and analysis were employed. The line source model I used is the exact same Gaussian distribution modeling software used by the EPA, which is the agency that develops the ambient air quality standard. The vehicle trips and types used were exactly those provided in the applicant's traffic impact materials. This is likely actually an underestimate of the actual traffic that Norwalk residents might experience as a result of a development such as this. However, because they have no recourse or mechanism by which to oppose an increase in this traffic up to that which is allowable by zoning, which is greater than the applicant's estimate. So given that the traffic volumes that were used in this study may even underestimate the traffic volumes that would be experienced in reality. And we would have no way to know this until the applicant potentially runs their hypothetical 6-month traffic study after they already occupy the area. So the applicant comments that concentrations of PM 2.5 of various averaging periods were presented without sufficient detail in an apparent summary of raw monitor data. So my response to this is annual average PM 2.5 background values for the area from CT DEEP were provided in the appendix, and I recommend that you review them. It was clearly stated that the PM 2.5 averaging period considered was annual. This standard was used because it is actually the most industry-friendly criteria available. The applicant states in their response, quote, monitors used in the review were not evaluated for their representativeness in terms of scale or proximity to Norden Place. So my response to this is the monitors used in the review are the monitors provided to us by CTDEEP. We don't have that many options. We can only use the monitor at Sherwood Island State Park in Westport, or we can use the monitor along the coastline at Bridgeport. If these monitors were placed along Strawberry Hill Avenue near I-95, they would likely read PM 2.5 values much higher than those modeled by the line source software or measured by the monitors in places such as Sherwood Island State Park, simply because they are closer to I-95. So let's see, if monitors were placed along Strawberry Hill Avenue, the concentrations of particulate matter emissions at varying distances from a tailpipe is something that the applicant had a question about. Those are documented across a wide variety of scientific studies. If the applicant would like us to cite articles written by other authors, we would be happy to do so. The applicant states, quote, the results from the modeling appear to have been added to background values. My response to this is yes. When you do line source modeling, you have to include background values separately. This is due to the fact that the background values are a result of air pollution at a large scale. For example, much of Connecticut's air quality has to do with the fact that it is effectively downwind of New York City. And what all of you may have experienced, it is also downwind of West Coast wildfires. So if you do not include background values, you will calculate that your PM 2.5 air concentration in East Norwalk is around 1 microgram per cubic meter, and your results would be incorrect if you do that. So the applicant states in their response, results from modeled impacts are presented and discussed in terms of percentage increases, which has no relevance, they claim, with respect to public health impacts. This is incorrect. My response to that is the results are provided as both percentage increases and absolute micrograms per cubic meter concentration values. So it's unclear to me why the applicant made this comment. Perhaps they did not read the appendices in my report. The reason for providing percentage increases from a baseline is such that the public can understand the relative impact of a development in context. The applicant states in their response, the time series data presented from EPA monitor data appears to be a graph of raw data from EPA's AirNow database and is thus a misrepresentation of air pollution concentrations as they relate to air quality values in the region. My response to this is there is nothing about the EPA's AirNow database that is a misrepresentation of air pollution in this region. That is the purpose of EPA's AirNow database. And I recommend that you use it, especially since this committee reviews significant number of applications for developments that have an impact on local air quality. You need to know what the background values are before you consider allowing additional values from point sources, mobile sources, line sources on top of that. The applicant states in their response, it was quite long, so thank you for bearing with me. I'm going through it line by line. The applicant states in their response that the report presents traffic count values over a 2-day period at a local intersection which does not have statistical significance and cannot be considered representative of traffic patterns, counts, or vehicle types. My response to this is the traffic count values used in this line source emission study are exactly the traffic volumes provided by the applicant themselves. They were added to the ADT values for the roadways examined. And just for a little context, the traffic volumes proposed by this application are roughly 10% of the traffic volumes you see on Strawberry Hill today. So if you want to conceptualize this in a way that's easy to understand, think of the traffic volumes on Strawberry Hill, the AADT, and just increase those by about 10%. And that's what you would get if all of this traffic were to enter Norton Place from that direction. The applicant states the immediate area is currently in attainment for PM 2.5. All of Greater Connecticut is similarly in attainment. The state maintenance plan for particulate matter from its previous status does not include prohibitions on minor traffic increases for typical neighborhood scale development. So my response to this is, it is true that Norwalk is at attainment for PM 2.5. Remember that it is non-attainment for ozone. And the current levels of PM 2.5 in Norwalk are very, very close to the new standards limit. And the closer you get to a major roadway such as I-95, if you want a back of the envelope way to judge how much a local PM 2.5 concentration would increase over a background level, you can add about 1 or 2 micrograms per meter squared when you're near major roadways such as I-95 to background values that you read from CTDEEP. That essentially brings you to the PM 2.5 limit in this area of East Norwalk that is near Strawberry Hill Avenue. I just want to take a moment, I know we're really in the weeds here, just to remind everyone that when you are essentially on an EPA limit, as you are here in East Norwalk, it is generally prudent not to add additional pollution. In cases such as this, where you have developments proposed and their fleet and their employees need to get to their work site somehow, again, I mentioned they could have proposed an electric fleet. They could have proposed an electric employee shuttle from the East Norwalk train station. If they do make those proposals, then I think that would be something worth considering. I would recommend that you request they make some changes. So another comment from the applicant, which I received today. I didn't have much time to go through all of this, but I tried my best to get responses for all of you. Their comment is the EPA's new annual standard for PM 2.5 has yet to take effect. This is from the applicant. And after that date, EPA will take 2 to 3 years to review monitoring data and make recommendations for attainment. At that point, the states will generally have between 18 months and 6 years to develop attainment plans. Thus, it'll be a minimum of 8 years before the standard actually takes effect for the CTDEEP. So my response to this, and I just want to make sure everybody's clear on this is incorrect. The PM 2.5 rule went into effect on May 6th, 2024. That is in the past. The timeline the applicant is providing you is the amount of time it would take for the state to take action if the entire New York, New Jersey, Long Island region were to exceed the air quality standard for PM 2.5. What this means for residents is that if you do nothing when a development which contributes to local air quality pollution is proposed, it would take the state a decade at best to help you after the fact. And that too, only if it degrades the air quality for the entire tri-state area. So there is a reason that the East Norwalk residents contracted an environmental consultant to review the air quality impacts of this development. And that's because the developer themselves would never do this. And that too, once a development has gone into effect, it is a lot harder to ask them to mitigate their pollution after the fact. So what the applicant is saying with this statement is they believe the EPA and National Ambient Air Quality Standards do not effectively matter until after you violate them. I don't subscribe to that. I do not subscribe to that ethos. So the another comment from the applicant is there's a substantial amount of time, both planned and unplanned events, to impact the background levels of PM 2.5 in this immediate area, which has been steadily improving overall. My comment is PM 2.5 background levels have actually worsened between 2018 and 2022 in the Norwalk area. They are currently 21 micrograms per meters cubed for daily design values compared to 20 micrograms per meters cubed in 2018. So that statement is not correct. Please review the CTDEEP design values yourself. Another comment from the applicant is previous PM 2.5 attainment and maintenance plans developed by CTDEEP and approved by EPA did not include any prohibitions on minor redevelopment projects. So the plans, my response to this is the plans developed by the state are not going to be that granular. This is why municipalities have a responsibility to their residents to understand the spatial variability in air pollution, and they have a responsibility to environmental justice to not place the adverse impacts on of state level improvements, which I would consider this the applicant considers this a large scale level improvement for the purpose of mass transit. However, the municipality has a responsibility to its residents in terms of environmental justice to make sure that the adverse impacts of this do not fall on the shoulders of a certain already disadvantaged population for several reasons, including being near source communities to I-95. Another comment from the applicant that I received today, the provided consultant report asserts that there are legal ramifications. The responsibility and authority maintaining compliance with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards only rests with the state. It's a lot more complicated than this. The legal ramifications of being in a non-attainment zone are larger than one development. Norwalk is a non-attainment area for the EPA's National Ambient Air Quality Standard for ozone. And a non-attainment area strategy should include incentives or encouragement to reduce emissions from proposed developments. We do not see such efforts proposed here. I've mentioned it before, and I will mention it again. If we see proposals for an electric fleet if we see proposals for an electric shuttle to transport their own employees from their own MTA existing East Norwalk station to their work site, it would be a different situation. I would hope we would see proposals such as those from this applicant. The applicant may feel that it is inconvenient to them to make such proposals. However, it is inconvenient to East Norwalk to already be above the EPA threshold for certain criteria pollutants. And it is inconvenient for East Norwalk to have an industrial site buried within a residential community. So I would expect that developers would meet the residents in the middle by making real implementable changes to their development plans in order to not add additional air pollution to a compromised area. So I'll make a note here and then wrap up. One of the EPA's top priorities is to protect communities disproportionately affected by pollution, and this includes near source communities. This part of East Norwalk can be considered a near source community because of its proximity to I-95. And as we have learned, and you can take a look at the data on my appendices and the simulation output, as well as many published studies online, is you can expect at least 1 to 2 micrograms per cubic meter of particulate matter increase in terms of annual averages in near source communities, such as this part of East Norwalk near I-95, compared to background levels. So again, this takes them to above that 9 micrograms per cubic meter threshold that the EPA set to protect public health. And this is in addition to already being non-attainment for ozone. And this is why the EPA AirNow database provides combined PM2.5 ozone air quality indices for many areas, but also this one, so the community can understand the combined impacts of having ozone levels, ground level ozone levels, and PM2.5 levels that are both over the EPA National Ambient Air Quality Standard. So this is something that I hope the Zoning Commission takes very seriously. I hope it's something that they really internalize in terms of how can we improve the applications that come in, and really hold the developers accountable and make sure that they exhaust all of their opportunities to prevent additional pollution in this area before they go forward with a plan. So another note is in terms of environmental justice, this is larger than one development, but similar to what both of the traffic consultants who have spoken regarding this development mentioned, cumulative effects are almost always where the problems are. They use the word segmentation in traffic analyses, but we can think of the same concept in terms of cumulative effects here in East Norwalk. Of each development may claim to present a very, very minor impact to air quality. Sure, each development might be able to claim that. However, the cumulative impact in an area that's already compromised by proximity to I-95 is significant. The state of California, for example, has created the Bureau of Environmental Justice for this purpose to aid near source communities working to prevent additional pollution from proposed developments. Further, the purpose of the EPA Environmental Justice Grant Program is designed to aid communities in their effort towards equity in areas such as air quality at a scale much smaller than the EPA attainment regions that the applicant refers to. Beyond the EPA ambient air quality standards, a component of the environmental justice movement is challenging the national ambient air quality standards occasionally themselves if they lack certain thresholds or mechanisms by which to protect public health. And there is ample precedent for this as well. But in terms of mitigating the impacts of developments such as these, I've already set forth some recommendations to all of you on the Zoning Commission. I hope that it is within your scope to make these recommendations to the applicant. I think there is a lot of unexplored potential for reducing the traffic-related, vehicle-related air pollution impacts on the community that haven't been explored yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Desai. I just want to say that the length of that presentation was made necessary. We didn't want to have to take a lot of technical data, especially at this late hour. But this was prompted by the fact that the applicant was allowed to provide their responses and additional data just between yesterday afternoon and this morning. So the only opportunity for you as commissioners to understand their feedback and the responses was to be able to do that tonight. So it's both on the record and that you'll have something to reference to if you consider the air quality responses tonight before you vote, or hopefully still based on what you heard tonight to continue this. Thank you. Are you going to open it to the public then? And
Did you wish to speak now? or-
I'll be at the end. So the
Okay,
public,
you-
all the
sure.
folks waiting can.
Let's see if there's anyone on Zoom who'd like to speak.
There's 4.
Okay. Let's start with that.
All right, Lisa. On your iPhone, press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Sorry, I left the meeting at about 7:15. I was there in person. I should have looked at the agenda to see it was third on the list of things for you guys to do. So I have the advantage of being at home, 19 Shorefront Park.
Lisa,
Wow.
Lisa, can you give us your full name and address, please?
Yes, Lisa Britton, 19 Shorefront Park.
Thank you.
All right. Wow, how do you follow that stuff? I will be short and sweet. I understand this is a site review, Lou, as you said, it's not a special permit, so it's much more limited in terms of the input. But the fact that you guys wanted to have a public meeting, even though it wasn't required, suggests that many of you are concerned about perhaps the traffic that is going to be generated in the area. And several of you made comments about that last week, and Lou, even you tonight. Had this application been one day later, as we all said, it wouldn't have even been allowed. Obviously, traffic is the major concern, along with some air quality, based upon the proposed routes and the assumptions that have been made. As this is leased land, hopefully MTA will only be here for a limited number of years. Nick, you and JJ made comments about adding, I think you were concerned about the traffic, and you talked about adding another line last week for MTA, and that scared the bejeebers out of me, because I thought, oh my God, they'll permanently be here. Lou, this evening you made a comment about perhaps better coordinating the traffic between the school schedule and these trucks. Strawberry Hills got 3 schools. There's talk about the bike lanes, but just because you paint that on a road doesn't necessarily make it safe. And like I said, there, and as well as on East Avenue, the sidewalk situation isn't necessarily all that is cracked up to be. I use the term war zone when I refer to East Avenue. I have the luxury from Shorefront Park of either going west and going out through Rowayton, or crossing over into East Norwalk. And I mean, I don't know what more we could do to that part of town that hasn't been done to it already. But there's 3 things I want to say, and I not to be overly dramatic in light of the fact of these fabulous technical presentations that preceded me. But I mean, East Avenue right now is a war zone. And adding any more traffic, right now without any sort of mitigation is kind of a little scary. The other thing I worry about is, I call it mission creep. Once MTA is here, if they like it here, they get comfortable here. My concern is that's a big industrial site. What starts happening if they want to grow in that area? And how would Norwalk handle that? Letting MTA in is basically allowing the state in here, and it's kind of letting the fox in the hen house. And so, East Avenue, despite all the traffic studies, I had gotten access to some Connecticut traffic and safety research, and just the Norwalk Police Department crash data shows that East Avenue between Eversley and Winfield is probably the highest, the third highest density crash site in Norwalk. So this location of the industrial park is just smack dab in the middle of one of our scary areas. And so, obviously you may not have a lot of, I'm hoping that we can meet somewhere in the middle in terms of really studying this traffic so that we don't bring, East Norwalk into a complete and utter standstill. Again, in thinking about the future, they're here now, but once they're in and settled and we don't establish some better ground rules, who knows what could lie in the future, given the size of that site and their ability to grow. So that's all I have to say about that. I think you are all concerned about the traffic. You've alluded to it. And so I ask you to take some, see if we can find some way to meet in the middle to just mitigate the traffic in that part of town, both for safety as well as sanity. Safety on Strawberry Hill and sanity on East Avenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Someone in the audience wish to speak?
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Kenny. I'm a resident of 3 Triangle Street, and I've lived there for over 20 years. I submitted 2 letters to the commission, one last week and one this morning, but would like to summarize my concerns for anyone that wasn't able to read my letters. When I purchased my house in 2004, Northrop Grumman, Catherine Gibbs, and Talk Tours were all in full operation, so I'm very familiar with the traffic patterns that existed when there was business at 10 Norwalk, 10 Norton Place, excuse me. Assuming at least 1 to 2 trips in and out of my driveway daily, I travel all of the local roads in question and have traveled them well over 20,000 times in the past 20 years. I would consider myself somewhat a bit of an ad hoc expert on traffic in the neighborhood, as would just about any resident who's lived in the community for an extended period of time. We are all very aware of how bad the traffic is in our neighborhoods. Having said that, there are a couple of things that I believe were not quite addressed fully in the study. Number 1, timing of traffic. The study only addresses traffic between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. It mentions minimal traffic impacting rush hours, but does not address timing for large sections of the anticipated traffic flow, including overnight and early morning. The impact specifically on Triangle Street from a very selfish perspective, where I live, the study talks about 40% of the traffic coming via Winfield, either west from East Avenue or east from 95 at exit 17. There has been very, very little discussion about the impact on Triangle Street. In fact, throughout all of last week's meeting, I believe Triangle Street was mentioned 3 times in the 2+ hours of discussion regarding this. That scares me because 40% of the impact of the traffic has not even been considered. Everything is pertaining to East Avenue, Strawberry Hill. Everything in the study focuses on Norton, Beacon, Fitch, and Tierney within Strawberry Hill and Norton, but nothing talks about East Avenue. And it seems somewhat obvious to state, but it is impossible to get to any one of those roads without taking East Avenue. So how a study could be supplied to P&Z without taking into effect the main thoroughfare that is required to get to any of these roads that are included in the study just doesn't make any sense. Also regarding coming back to Triangle Street, Howard Avenue and Bond Streets are cut throughs from Winfield to Triangle. Bond goes from Winfield to Howard, which again is a cut through. Neither one of those streets are named at all in the study. Howard Avenue, traffic has significantly increased after the 11 townhouses that were built on the Bank of America property. And if anybody is familiar with that street, there are no yellow lines. There are no parking restrictions on either side of the street. So if there is parking on either side of the street, it's incredibly difficult to see oncoming traffic in either direction, going from Winfield to Triangle or from Triangle back to Winfield. At the corner of Bond and Howard, there is not a stop sign. And I know that is a school bus turn Road, from Bond onto Howard. So that also could create a very hazardous condition in that area. There are multiple school bus stops along the route of the proposed traffic flow. This isn't addressed at all. School children are not mentioned anywhere in the study. I actually, as I said, live on Triangle Street. I have, for purely speculative, purely, educational reasons, spent the better part of the past few mornings sitting on my front porch watching traffic flow and counting commercial traffic and counting school buses. I can tell you for a fact, on Thursday of last week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of this week, there are 9 school buses that travel on Triangle, including 2 school bus stops, one between 3 Triangle Street and the corner of Winfield, and one at the corner of Howard and Triangle, that pick up approximately 12 to 15 students. The stop at, on between my house, 3 Triangle, and the corner of Winfield is at 6:30 a.m., which is smack in the middle of the peak traffic flow that the study talks about, or when they expect the majority of their traffic to come through. The stop at Howard and Triangle is at between 8 and 8:02, depending on what day they arrived in the past few days. So again, that is not addressed at all, and it's very concerning that it isn't considered. The other main factor that, I know this is a site review, but it's something that hasn't really been discussed in any of the plans. What is the actual scope of the operations that will take place on the property? And does this work actually fall under the definition of a transit maintenance terminal? There is no definition of what a transit maintenance terminal is anywhere that I can find in the P&Z regulations or zoning rules. And because of that, I went to the MTA rules and definitions. The MTA has multiple maintenance operations throughout New York and Connecticut. None of them are called terminals. Grand Central is the one terminal that they call. They're all called facilities or yards. The MTA defines a terminal as, quote, terminals and stations mean Grand Central Terminal, as well as all terminals and stations owned or operated by Metro North under contract, lease, or other arrangement, including joint service arrangements and including all appurtenances to any terminal or station, including but not limited to platforms, stairways, arcades, and passageways. The MTA defines a facility as, quote, facilities include all property and equipment, including without limitation, rights of way and related trackage, rails, signage, power, fuel, communication and ventilation systems, power plants, tunnels, emergency exits, signage, storage yards, depots, repair and maintenance shops, yards, offices, and other real estate or personally owned, operated, used, held, or leased by Metro North for or incidental to the operation, rehabilitation, or improvement of railroad operations, including real estate or property used or held or leased by Metro North pursuant to joint service arrangements. Because Norwalk doesn't have a definition of transit maintenance terminals, we should use the MTA's definitions, as they will be the tenant and they are the person who has defined what their operations, how they operate. Based on these definitions, the proposed operations are actually for a repair and maintenance shop and storage yard, not a maintenance terminal. This, in my opinion, I'm not on the board, I'm over here, not in one of those chairs, but I believe that this does not comply with the zoning regulations that were in effect prior to February 19th, 2024, and certainly does not comply with the current regulations and should be denied because of this. Is the applicant not providing us with the full scope of the operations to shoehorn this proposal into the zoning regulations and not give us full disclosure as to what's going on, instead of being honest about the true scope of the work? The MTA's mission statement includes the word transparency. I don't think this is a very transparent review of what the operations will be on property. Another point that isn't quite discussed in the study, or things that we've talked about, are the hours of operation. The MTA or the application states that there will be a day crew starting somewhere between 7 in the morning and ending somewhere around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and that there will be an overnight crew starting around 11 p.m. and ending somewhere around 7 a.m., give or take whatever their windows are. My concern is that, will there be a mid shift? Will this be a 24-hour-a-day operation? They don't specify that in any of their documentation, but are we to believe that the MTA will lock the doors at 4 o'clock, turn the lights off and then reopen the building at 11 PM and operate until 7 AM. That doesn't seem normal to me, and I can't imagine that any facility of this size with this amount of employees will operate in that capacity. The MTA does have many, as I said, facilities in operation currently. They should be able to provide a much more in-depth analysis of the scope of the work and staff scheduling based on other operating facilities. Another point that was brought up last week that wasn't answered was taxes and the taxes that would MTA be responsible for. And one of our questions that we had also was infrastructure. Are our current roads currently built to withstand all of the additional truck traffic? Who is going to pay for the new roads when they're beaten down by the additional traffic? Norwalk residents have been informed of double-digit property tax increases recently. And having said that, the MTA is not subject to any state or local taxing. They don't even have to pay tax on gas, motor fuels for their vehicles. Gas taxes are levied for all residents to pay for road infrastructure. So the MTA will have significant traffic that will burden our roads, and they will not be responsible for covering any of the cost via taxes that are levied to current residents. We, the residents of Norwalk and the state of Connecticut, will have to incur that tax burden. Currently, 10 Norton Place is in shambles with boarded up windows, graffiti, an abandoned RV that I know was the subject of P&Z complaint back in September of 2023. That RV is still on property. The conditions of the roads internally in the building, I know there was a mention of the road that goes back to 8, one of the letters that was submitted. The road that goes back to 8 Norton Place is riddled with potholes. The grounds are covered with weeds. The sidewalk in front of Norton Place along Strawberry Hill is cracked up to reduce to gravel in many places. It seems to me that the property owner has not been maintaining the property. And I'd like to know, what are they doing to try to attract new business to the area? What have they done to advertise the facility versus just waiting for the MTA to come in? And well, hold on, I'll come back to that. There's an additional 500 square feet in addition to what the MTA is planning on utilizing. And when the traffic study was completed, they asked for a worst case scenario based on what the landlord or what the applicant would be able to expect to come into that space. They suggested a 300 square foot data storage center on property. That leaves an additional 200 square foot of space that is unutilized, or in their worst case scenario, that property would not be rented. Are we to expect that the owner of the building is going to leave 200,000 square feet of space unleased, unrented in perpetuity? And that's their worst case scenario traffic wise? Or are we to assume, as Mrs. Desai said, that the most recent speaker, that potentially the MTA is going to look to expand and take over more of the property? That is just a really scary prospect for all of the traffic concerns that we already have, all of the air quality concerns that we already have. I strongly hope that you consider the above concerns and request additional specific information regarding the scope of work and the traffic patterns before approving the site plan. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for your attention to this. It is very concerning to us as local residents, and our environment is in your hands and our property values are in your hands. And we hope that you do use your best judgment to make the right decision on our behalf. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have someone else online? Yeah.
Joe Lysick.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, good. How you guys doing? This is Joseph Leachek. I live at 51 Raymond Terrace in Norwalk. And just something to tell you in my own words. I appreciate you listening to what I have to say this evening. I feel that any kind of industrial use at Norton's Place is very much outdated for this area and should have been a thing of the past long ago. In a 1960s time frame, when the cogs got moving for this property, it was a more appropriate parcel for business. There was just a lot less in the way at that time in Norwalk, and therefore it made much more sense for business. Today, there's too much vehicular traffic on East Avenue, Fitz Streets, and Strawberry Hill, which is now all currently prone to gridlock because of increased populations in the area. Widening roads will just make it much worse. I ask, what eventually is going to happen with the rest of Norton's vacant spaces in the years and months to come? It's no surprise to anyone who actually cares. People know that we already are over capacity with residents living in East Norwalk. We have asked countless times towards the commission for quality of life. Why is this land still being considered for industrial use, and why isn't it gone? I'm very close to living at the top of Raymond Terrace and Strawberry Hill, and therefore I see it constantly from outside my postage stamp parcel of land and also from my kitchen window. The children and pedestrians are present all the time, at all times of day, but not just exclusively to peak hours of the day. Often biking, skateboarding, walking to and from school and work. Besides traffic studies, are there studies regarding the amount of people and pedestrians on these streets? You should be looking at, what are we doing for public safety? When are we getting new sidewalks on our streets to fix broken ones that literally have holes in them? How about tougher, stricter safety rules for vehicular traffic on these streets to keep people safe? When is all this going to be implemented, and will there ever be less of it? Air pollution is terrible too, particularly in the mornings when the air is cooler and heavier, which keeps carbon emissions low in the air. It often burns my eyes and nose in the morning. That's not acceptable to anyone's health, particularly in a high-prone pedestrian area. Noise is the same thing. I hear trailers roaring up Strawberry Hill at night. That's impactful on people's sanity. What do I need to hear in the evenings? Why do I need to hear this? In these meetings, I always hear about no significant impact, but we all know there is always impact, and it seems to never stop. The more that gets added, the more that our quality of life diminishes. What is being done to subtract impacts, and how do we keep our neighborhoods wholesome? Thanks for listening tonight.
Thank you. Someone else in the audience?
My name is Christina Olson. I live at 3 Heron Court, adjacent to the Norton property. As we all know, the southern edge of the Norton property runs up to the MTA tracks. Immediately behind the tracks, it's a private association called Saugatuck Landing. I live at 3 Heron Court, which is part of the Saugatuck Landing Association, which owns private roads, Heron Court, and part of Heron Road and Swale. The train tracks itself are less than 60 feet wide. The distance from my property to the Norton site is under 200 feet. Everything that happens on the tracks and at Norton directly impacts my quality of life. I can see the Norton buildings from inside my living room and bedroom. Even though the neighbors and I are in close proximity of the Norton site, my neighbors and I were never notified of the MTA's application or of this public hearing. According to Attorney Secchi, notifications of the Norton development were sent out on February 23rd and April 25th to all the neighbors. I am a neighbor and I never received any notification of this application. Being with such close approximation to the Norton site, I am deeply concerned about pollution, primarily noise pollution, but I'm also concerned with the air quality, groundwater contamination, light pollution, as well as the overall screening of the property and traffic. We all know the fundamental issues with Norton. We have an industrial area within a residential community. adjacent properties, and other residents in this area are concerned about the negative impacts the transit center brings to their current quality of life. On the application, it states that there will be no adverse impact on adjacent properties owned by the city of Norwalk, the state of Connecticut, as a result of the redevelopment of the property. Rather, the proposal will result in a low-intensity use of the property with limited employees, hours of operation, and vehicle trips in and out of the site on a daily basis. From last week's presentation, the applicant seems to be stretching the limits of a typical site plan review. In last week's presentation, Attorney Suchi stated that there will be 150 daytime employees, 15 of which will remain on site during the day. At the 28-minute mark, she also mentioned that there will be weekend work. The weekend work would consist of rail crews 5 times per year with 50 employees at a time, stations and facilities crew twice a month with 5 to 10 employees, and bridge, culvert, and tunnel crews, again, twice a month with about 20 employees. She did not state if the employees would be working inside or outside. If the employees are working outside, how much noise will they be making? Also, would the 2 weekend shifts sync up with each other, or should the Norton neighbors be expecting weekend work every weekend? With typically more employees on site on the weekend than during the week. Attorney Suchi also mentioned the 50 to 60 person oversight crew that will be working from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The overnight crew would consist of rail crew twice a week with 50 employees, stations and facilities crew twice a week with 5 to 10 employees, bridge, culvert, and tunnel crew twice a week with 15 employees. Again, will these crews be working inside or outside? And what is the anticipated noise from these nighttime crews? Between the regular work week, the overnight shifts, and then regular primary shifts, this transportation terminal did not sound like a low-intensity use of the property with limited hours of operation. The traffic study mentioned 13 different types of vehicles the MTA will be using. 2 mini excavators, 3 boom trucks, 2 32-person bus, 2 trailers, 1 logging truck, 1 rotary, 1 flatbed, and 1 dump truck. In addition, there will be 2 tractor trailer deliveries per day. All of these vehicles sound like they have diesel engines. Missing from the environmental impact study, an idling diesel truck makes 85 decibels at 50 feet, 79 decibels at 100 feet, and 73 decibels at 200 feet. I bring this up because Norwalk has officially recognized that people have a right to and should be ensured an environment free from excessive sound and vibration that may jeopardize their health or safety or welfare or degrade the quality of life. This is why Norwalk has an official noise ordinance. According to the noise ordinance, if the emitter zone is industrial and the receptor zone is residential, according to the regulation, no person in an industrial zone shall emit noise beyond the boundary exceeding levels of 61 decibels during the day and 51 decibels at night. Daytime hours start 7 a.m. and go until 8 p.m. In regard to noise pollution, the environmental report had no mention of any outside work and the exception of loading bay where the doors would be open periodically for movement of materials in and out of the building. What insurances do we have that these doors will be shut? It did not mention the dump truck that will be emptying the dumpsters, hopefully during daytime hours, running its diesel engine, or any of the other 12 diesel engines that would be used on the property. It also did not mention the backup alarms from the tractor trailer deliveries that it expects twice a day. Backup alarms for trucks range between 97 to 112 decibels, which would make this noise activity 85 to 100 decibels in my residential zone. It also did not mention how the materials in the storage area, which are large construction pieces such as large pieces of steel, railroad ties, and steel pipes, will be moved from one area to another. The report only mentioned that all work would be done inside. Again, an industrial zone should not emit noise beyond the boundary exceeding levels of 61 decibels during the day and 51 decibels at night. At the 1 hour and 18-minute mark, Attorney Suchi stated that they would be obligated to abide by Norwalk's noise ordinance, that the MTA would be willing to be issued noise violation notices. Who should I call when the MTA is receiving deliveries and turning their trucks around with blaring backup alarms or moving their materials with their diesel engine excavators during the weekend or at night? Who's going to monitor the noise? The MTA? In addition to the noise pollution, I am concerned about the potential for groundwater contamination. Yes, a former tenant of Northern dumped toxic pollutants into the ground where they remain in a dormant nature buried. Sagatuck Landing has groundwater wells that are tested regularly by Fuss and O'Neill to confirm the groundwater is within Connecticut state regulations. The environmental report did not mention what the impact would be if to any changes to the existing surface, i.e. digging, repaving, removal of trees. It's my understanding that the excavators work could have a negative impact on the existing pollutants. Also, as a friendly reminder, part of the Northern property falls under Norwalk's regulated area of watercourse and wetland. Fuss and O'Neill manages the toxins by taking groundwater samples regularly. Those reports are never shared with the neighbors. They are only submitted to the owners of Norton. I ask that if this project moves forward, that all future groundwater results be made public. The environmental study did not mention the MTA's ask of storing gasoline on site. While there will be no pumping station, the original applicant asked to be able to store gasoline on site. So we all know gasoline is highly flammable, very odorous, and I am concerned with how the gas will be stored on the property and how it will be delivered onto the site. The traffic study made no mention of a tanker truck fueling the gas storage tank. So how is the gasoline going to enter the property? I'm also worried about how the gasoline will be stored and the potential for gasoline being spilled, leading to more groundwater contamination. I have concerns about the fleet of trucks, cars that will be parking on the southern side of the property. According to the environmental report, the planned use of the property by MTA will not generate any fumes that will be considered noxious or offensive. No vehicles will be allowed to idle for greater than 3 minutes while on site in accordance with the regulations of Connecticut state agencies. Will these regulations really be enforced? Will the MTA self-monitor and stay compliant with these regulations? During the winter months when crews want to hop into warm cars, will these cars only be warmed up for 3 minutes? I have concerns about the impacts of the fleet of cars and my air quality, considering that no one will be policing them to idle for less than 3 minutes. The American Lung Association states that my neighborhood's ozone grade is an F and that my particular pollution is a C. Those are not great grades, and this project will only negatively impact the air quality. On the southern side of the property, there is no existing screening, and there are no plans in the presentation to provide screening. The Norton site is on the high ground, and I ask that MTA provides ample screening to hide the fleet, cars, trucks, and construction materials that will be stored outside on site at the property. The railroad tracks that are there does not provide screening into Norton's backyard. Along most of Heron, there is a white fence that we paid for by the residents of Sagatuck Landing and put on Sagatuck Landing's property. I am asking that Norton put up a similar fence to help screen, as again, Norton is on the high ground. As a neighbor being in such close proximity to the train tracks, the MTA has asked for direct track access so they can put trucks directly onto the tracks from their backyard. What type of vehicles will the MTA be putting on the tracks, and what are their decibel levels at 50 feet for those vehicles? Will those vehicles generate greater than the allowed noise ordinance to the Norwalk noise ordinance? Will the emergency sirens be activated when these vehicles are in use on the tracks? Will the MTA put in safety fences so that the kids from the neighborhood, primarily Halsted Apartments buildings, don't access the tracks? If so, what will that decibel level of the fence be? As for traffic, as a resident of East Norwalk, I'm concerned about the impact this application has on the traffic, especially the impact it will have at the East Avenue and I-95 intersection at exit 16, as is to get onto exit 16 going south from East Norwalk. Takes several light rotations before you are finally able to move up and make a left onto the highway. Now the added cars, pickup trucks, passenger buses, tractor trailers, how will the intersection, the I-95 at exit 16 for both north and south access be impacted? The bridge at exit 17 isn't large enough for the tractor trailers that will be arriving 2 times a day. We all know the big rigs really use East Avenue, Fitch, Strawberry Hill to access Norton. How can this site plan review be approved when it will have a negative impact on adjacent properties, traffic, landscaping by not providing enough screening and generating the potential for disturbances in the existing toxins in the soil, which could lead to groundwater contamination for the neighborhood? Oh, and did I mention the noise? Something that appears to be left out on the environmental report and from these presentations. I feel that MTA will be out of compliance with the existing Norwalk noise ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's already 10:20. Everyone's going at least 10 minutes, and we know just Diane is probably gonna be a lot longer than that. No offense, Diane. Like, can we-
I'm inclined, Nick, and rely on the judgment of the commission as a whole to at least get through all the speakers this evening. And then further discuss this next week. So I'm not looking for us to take any action.
I'm
but
just worried it's gonna be at least another hour and a half, and I'm gonna stop listening very soon.
But it's 10:19. Why don't we see how far we can get at 10:45?
Okay.
And, okay. All right, we have another speaker on Zoom.
Judy Harris.
Hi, I don't know if you all have been seeing, but I've been sending poor Steve a whole bunch of emails.
Right.
I'm
I'm sorry, can we have your name and address, please?
Oh, it's Judy Harris. I'm at 7 Pequot Drive in Norwalk, which is just around the corner from the prior speaker. My property does not border Norton. I do go by it regularly. And one thing I do see, I mean, the traffic reports are fine, but a lot of us have observational things. I see school buses, I think I mentioned this, having trouble maneuvering the corner from Strawberry Hill onto Norton Place. And I don't know how long a logging truck is, but I would actually be curious to see how on earth they're going to negotiate that turn. I don't know. I did ask earlier to go by and, to be at least able to drive by a facility similar to the one the MTA proposes having here in Norton. All right. 3 other things. I'll try to be as quickly as I can. Is taxpayer money going to be used to pay for the improvements on Fitch Street that need to be made for the MTA to use this property? I hope not. Our tax burdens have been increasing like crazy. And as it is, the city's having trouble with the budget. I don't believe any new jobs are coming to Norwalk from this. Also, enforcement, if the landlord, if the MTA is just a lessee and the landlord, we have to go through the landlord to get to, Norwalk is not going to have any rights of enforcement for these issues if it's a lease, unless the landlord, we have some mechanism by forcing the landlord to do this, to enforce the problems. Now, I don't know if the city is going to have a right to review the lease. And I don't know how limited the MTA is going to be on the lease as to its rights to the uses it makes of the property it leases from the owner. All right. So that lack of enforcement and doing everything possible. I think that including the further chewing up of the roadways should somehow land in the lap of the commercial enterprise that's going to be there. I don't want to say industrial because I have never felt that Norden is an industrial, was ever an industrial facility. I have relatives who worked there and they were engineers. They were doing R&D. There was no manufacturing there. Anyway, to limit your time, it's taxpayers' money, how the trucks are going to maneuver these streets. And if any improvements need to be made, how are they going to be paid for? And East Newark has been a mess for quite a while with construction. Many times going up and down a street will be blocked off when you're trying to get somewhere. Anyway, I'll stop there, and I hope you review my many emails that I've sent to Steve. I have not been able to review the new documents submitted, and I would very much like some time to review them as well. And if possible, before you take any action, I hope you can wait a week and give us, the public, time to review those new submissions by the landlord or the owner. All right, that's it, Steve. I'm done for now.
Thank you. Gentleman to the right.
I'll be quick. Jim Anderson, 2 Old Well Court, corner of Old Well and Old Saugatuck Road, East Norwalk. I know you guys have been hit with quite a lot tonight, and I appreciate all your time, your effort, and your listening to everyone here. I'm not going to repeat a lot that was been told, but one thing has not been told, and I could just add another onto the list. It's actually pretty important. The well-minded individual that can see what the state has already invested in Exit 16. You may know what I'm going to say. I'm going to save it for last. The unsightly parking lot that welcomes people when they get off at Exit 16, a parking lot that's fenced in, where the old Howard Johnson was. It's whatever. But what I'm speaking to is the diverging diamond intersection. That is a proven fact of the rate of traffic off a major highway, of the increased rate of vehicles off of a highway onto local roads. It will go towards City Hall and it will go across the beach of East Norwalk. Most of the traffic will go to East Norwalk because people will go to the beach. That was not included in any of the traffic studies or even mentioned. It's the first time I'm hearing about it. I'm saying it. Personally, I was directly involved with the West Avenue reconstruction and widening back in the late 90s. I worked for South Norfolk Electric Works, helping design the electrical primary and distribution system. That road was made much wider, and you can see what it is now, handling the abundance of traffic that it has now with the mall. East Avenue, again, a major road, part of Norwalk, actually should have been done before, and it's not. The incompetent contractor that's there, that's clearly, I'm speaking from an experience point of view, it never would have been taking place back in when West Avenue was being done, the conditions of East Avenue. But again, in particular, this particular parcel, that diverging diamond intersection will have an impact once it's installed, and all likeliness, I mean, the state invested millions so far of implementing. They publicized it that it will happen. Anyway, I'll keep it short. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else
There's
online?
3 online. I was just curious how many people in the audience. I know Diane wanted to speak. One.
All right, let's go with someone else online.
All right, Nancy.
Unmute. All right. Press Alt A to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all. I hope you won't fall asleep while I'm talking. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition to the proposed MTA site plan.
I'm sorry, can we have your name and address, please?
Yes, Nancy Wilcox. I'm at 8 Norden Place, apartment 437. 8 Norden Place is at the end of a private road, the private section of the road that was not included in the traffic safety study. This is a private residence, multifamily private residence. We are not on Norden Park property, but our only access is through Norden Place, the private section that is industrially zoned. And I want to speak specifically about serious road safety issues, about ongoing negligence that certainly flies in the face of any good neighbor policy, about landscaping, about jobs, and about ospreys. So first, safety. I hope we can agree that everyone in Connecticut has the right to a safe way home. Halsted Norwalk is a private residence with about 240 units, including studio apartments and 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. These homes are lived in by hundreds of people, single people, couples, families of all ages, and by many dogs and cats. We have hundreds of cars here, plus bicycles, motorcycles, and baby strollers. We are, I believe, the closest neighbors to Norden Park because we immediately adjoin it. We are the destination for city buses, Ubers, FedEx, UPS, USPS, ambulances, fire trucks, waste disposal trucks, and maintenance vehicles of all types, plus friends and family who visit us. We live in a residential district of Norwalk, but our only access to our homes is over the private road and sidewalk owned by Norwalk Center LLC. Sadly for us, this is a private road zoned for industrial use and therefore was not required to be included in the extensive traffic safety study conducted to support the MTA proposal. I don't understand how the city of Norwalk and the state of Connecticut could allow such a circumstance to exist. We and our safety are apparently irrelevant to this proposal. In my opinion, it is dangerous to drive on this road, on this private road, and especially at night and in storms. I understand that the owners of Halsted Norwalk have repeatedly tried to contact the owners of the Norden Park property regarding the shared maintenance and cost of replacing, for instance, a stop sign bleached totally white in the sun. You can tell it's a stop sign only because of its shape. Another stop sign partially obscured by tree branches, invisible, worn away stop lines, disappearing pedestrian crosswalks, a totally vanished yellow center line, and the complete absence of any speed limit signs. Will the Norden Park owners ever respond or pay their fair share? I understand, because I've been on this case for a while, that the Halsted Norwalk owners are currently undertaking to fix all these issues themselves rather than let the risks continue. Will the Norden Park owners ever pay their fair share of this? I don't know. But they can't fix the bend in the road where ledge rock juts south. Trees and vines lean in and dangle over the road, forcing westbound cars to cross where the yellow line used to be and into the pathway of oncoming traffic. Eastbound cars have to stop suddenly or veer right to avoid collision. This is exactly the spot where the developer proposes to have large trucks enter the road, flatbeds and logging trucks and trailer trucks, because they don't have enough room on the MTA subdivision site to make their loop and exit the site on the public section of Norwalk Place. You may recall the maps that I believe his name was Craig Yanis showed us last week. He showed 3 maps with green routes that showed how the trucks would loop through the property coming in through the entrance near the train tracks and then do their business and then loop out. But there wasn't enough room on the subdivision site for those trucks to do their loop. So those trucks, and I think it was the 3rd map, come out into this private road, industrially zoned, and turn around and then go south and exit. This is really unsafe. Our only sidewalk along the road is on the side of the road where the trucks would enter, turn, and exit. This is right where everyone walks their dogs and themselves. We jog, students walk to and from school right along this sidewalk. We ride our bicycles. And we are going to be at much greater risk when we come up against these large turning trucks. I heard someone mention earlier that widening the road, widening the opening in the road to allow the trucks to turn, which I noticed seemed to be planned on the maps, that extends the length of the road, the crosswalk over which all these people and their dogs have to cross, making it even more dangerous. I've heard nothing about requiring traffic warning signs. Something like caution ahead, slow turning trucks. But why would anyone care about us? We're not apparently within the city of Norwalk's jurisdiction because this is a private road. We may be Norwalk citizens, but we apparently don't matter. Now let's talk about negligence. This was referred to earlier by another speaker. It appears that the owners of Norden Park don't give a hoot about their neighbors. They have allowed an abandoned car to remain in their front parking lot for years. It's an attractive nuisance and eyesore. It was broken into long ago. Weeds grow up around it. The police finally stickered it last October for removal at the cost of the owner, but good luck with that. It's on private property, and I suspect the police haven't been able to get a response from the owners of Norden Park. So there the car sits. The flagpole on the property hasn't been painted for at least a decade. Near the top of the pole, 3 dark rings of rust make it look as though the pole is badly corroded, and a portion of the pole could snap off in a storm. Dead trees stand where they died, and fallen limbs on the ground are there on the ground beneath them. Dead shrubs and tall weeds have lined the private segment of Norden Place for years. Ragweed and goldenrod and thistle, bane for allergy and asthma sufferers. The weeds were mown down only 2 weeks ago, presumably in preparation for the MTA application. You could see the Norden Park sign at the entrance on Norden Place because it was hidden by a thick tangle of vines that were finally hacked away 2 weeks ago. But the bushes beneath those vines are dying, and I predict that the weeds and the vines will be back and thriving again if this proposal is approved. Landscaping. It appears that the landscaping policy of Norden Center LLC is plant them and leave them. I moved into the Avalon, now Halsted Norwalk, during a winter. I thought that all the trees were alive. But in the spring, the tree surrounded by rose bushes in the center of the entry roundabout was dead as a post. It was depressing and embarrassing to have such an eyesore at the main entrance of my home. When I asked about a year later, in the following spring, that it please be removed, the property management folks said this was a tricky situation. They didn't have control over landscaping on Norden Place. Time went on and the tree stayed dead. The following summer, I asked that it be just cut off at the base. It didn't need to be replaced. And that's finally what happened thanks to the Avalon maintenance team. If you look through those bushes today, you can still see the stump. Now, let's see, and regarding environmental justice, I have to say that really struck a chord. Have we seen a proposal, maybe we have, for the promised landscaping that will shield our eyes from parking lots filled with piles of steel, lumber, and pipes with trucks and equipment? Will the city of Norwalk make sure that the trees and shrubs are properly watered and maintained, and that if they die, they will be replaced? Jobs. The developer promised about 100 new jobs. Will these be Connecticut jobs? Or will the MTA transfer existing workers to East Norwalk or allow them to apply from New York and New Jersey? Will they end up traveling farther to work in Connecticut than they currently commute? And last, Osprey. 2 weeks ago, I noticed ospreys nesting on top of the highest tower at the east end of the main Norden Park building. A parent was feeding at least 2 fledglings. This is nesting season. I ran into a friend in the hall and said, "Guess what I saw?" And she's been watching these osprey for years and taking photographs of them. I notified the Osprey Nation on the Connecticut Audubon website, and they registered the nest as Norwalk number 63 Norden Place and assigned an official nest steward. They said they'd get back to me with more information about the apparently endangered nest. So stay tuned. So here are some thoughts in conclusion. The road owners are negligent stewards of the road, and in my opinion, deserve fines rather than rewards for their maintenance or lack of maintenance of this property. The city and state regulations that affect citizens' safety are inadequate and put us at risk. Whom do we sue in the event of an accident? And finally, I would ask the MTA to look elsewhere, to look for a property that isn't surrounded on 3 sides closely by nearby neighbors. Not to be on a street and having their trucks turn around right where this whole community of families, more than 400 people, I'm sure. I spoke with the property management here, and they said if people have any questions to contact them. They're doing the best they can under difficult circumstances. But I say, please pick another site. This is not fair. It isn't just. This is not a posh neighborhood. Somebody mentioned last week, somebody proposed, well, why don't they come down Route 136? And I'm thinking, right, all of those people with all of those great big properties, they can, can you imagine what would happen if such a proposal came? And how Westport would react to that? No, but oh, look at East Norwalk. East Norwalk could be like a future Brooklyn. It could be a neat, edgy place to live. But if we let an excrescence like this in our midst, then, God help East Norwalk. That's what I feel. So that's from my heart. Thank you for listening. And please read all the stuff I've sent. It's been a lot, I know. But I found out about this only a week and a half ago. I'm sorry, I really wasn't paying attention. And it's just something that I feel is a real injustice. If this goes through, it's an injustice. That's what I feel. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to pause the hearing at this point. We've reached a point where I don't think that we can responsibly listen and absorb any more information. So we will continue this hearing next Wednesday. And hopefully we can get to discuss action regarding it as well. I appreciate your patience, and for those of you who haven't had a chance to speak, you're more than welcome to come back next week and speak. If you don't have the opportunity to do that, you're also more than welcome to provide written testimony to. Yeah.
For any tonight, given the magnitude of the new information happening today, if they haven't had a chance to do it, are they allowed to speak again only
I don't think so. I don't think that the material that we've received in the last day or two, with all due respect, is that significant.
I would say the applicant has the right to respond to whatever information was submitted, which is what the most part that was.
I understand what you're saying, but there are 3 documents. One is 17 pages long, I think, I'm not sure how long the other ones are, but it's not a matter of simply reading it in Mr. Clifton's. I would have to believe someone who can read it, they want to have an opportunity to research it, to do their own due diligence on it, and
Written,
then make comment on it, you don't have an opportunity. I think these people are working, and none of us, I haven't even read the documents that were posted today.
The way every land use application goes, the applicant always has the chance to close and rebut, so they can submit and provide whatever testimony they want at the end of the meeting, and then the public never gets another chance at that, so I don't understand why that's any.
Yes, but what I'm talking about in the documents that were presented yesterday and today.
Which were in response to documents your peer review consultants.
All right, well, correspond,
Yeah, finish.
yes.
What I'm saying is that the documents that you present to the commission are supposed to be available to the public. Once the commission has it, as you know, it's covered in FOIA. Because you were provided, and these were responses that the public and also our own hired consultants didn't have a thorough chance to review. Thank you, Dr. Desai, for trying to be able to do that. I don't think it's fair that you would block comment on the documents that were submitted yesterday and today. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about something else. I can't imagine. Are you going to post additional documents now?
Are we gonna get additional documents? We may. If we get them, we'll post them.
And
But you're saying that the public won't have an opportunity.
What if, so, but under that scenario, the public can submit emails right up until the close of the hearing. So is that fair to the applicant at that point? They just getting those at the hearing?
Okay, so then why don't we settle on this then? So if people can't speak to the items that were delivered to the commission today and yesterday, because if they spoke before, that the written comment then gets held open through the end of the hearing next week. And
Well, written comment, of course, can be.
yes.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
yes, which was a point I was trying to interject.
Right.
Yes, a written comment can still be tendered. So people will still have their voice heard.
spoke, then it doesn't preclude them from then writing comments.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Right. At some point, I think that, this is just editorial, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I think that this commission should always err on the side of fairness to the public, and I hope that we can move toward that in my lifetime here.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. All right, are we going to entertain a motion? What are we?
We have, we do have one more piece of business, as you know, as usual. And that is the approval of the minutes of May 8th.
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
When was May 8th?
All right, we have a motion. We have a second.
Do we, are there any abstentions or?
An abstention, I did not have a chance to read. the minutes.
That's fine. All those in favor, just raise your hands. All right. It's
Anna, do you
approved.
have something? I see your hands up.
Speak now.
Steve, is there anything you wish? Okay, and any comments from?
I have a quick one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say.
Sure.
I just wonder procedurally if we can insist that long letters that are written to the planning and zoning department, I'm so tired, I can't even speak. If they would say on that letter, I'm going to read this at the commission hearing because, you know, it's taking the time it takes to read everything that comes in, and then at 9:30 or 9:45 to listen to it again, is hard. And it takes time.
Well, yeah, you know, as you know, we've also looked at the possibility of limiting how long people can speak for, and the advice we have from Corporation Council is that we can't do that. We know we know the mayor and the council can do it.
I'm
but we
just
can't.
talking about, you know,
The letter.
having it twice.
Well, why don't we ask the Corporation Council?
I think you just need to ask the speakers.
Yes.
We've received your letter. You don't need to read everything that you've already submitted to us.
Yeah, I concur.
Okay,
All right.
motion to adjourn?
Anna, hold on. Anna's trying to say something, but we can't hear her. I still can't hear you though.
Anna?
She's been trying to chat, but her mic's not working.
Feel free to write us.
Yeah,
Anna, put it in writing.
yep. All right, thank you, Anna.
Good night, Anna.
We will respond at our earliest convenience.
We'll make the motion if somebody has them.
Yeah,
So I made the motion.
Oh,
you
all
seconded
right,
it.
we got a motion,
Say-
seconded.
There we go.
Good.
Aye.
Thank you all for your.